Good morning and welcome to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I'm Brian Donati along with Andreas Cloud, and I tell you what, Andreas, we're going to have a great racing. Before we do that, here at Lime Rock Park, this is such a great facility. Nestled in the scenic hills of Lakeville, Connecticut, Lime Rock Park is a living masterpiece of America motorsports history. Built in 1956 and renowned as the nation's third oldest continuously operating road course. This iconic 1.5-mile track has never been altered in its original layout. In this venue, it's where legendary drivers like Paul Newman and Mario Andretti tested their grit, and where unique court-mandated Sunday band, gotta love that, has preserved its old-school racing charm for nearly 70 years. Today, Lime Rock remains a sacred destination where historic motorsports heritage perfectly collides with modern high-speed passion. Good morning, and how are you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm doing great, Brian. I'm ready for another day here at Lime Rock Park, and what a great introduction you had. I don't think I could have said it better myself. Everything has been wonderful the last few days here. Folks arriving on Thursday, had a good day of racing yesterday. We had our first sprint, and now we got 2 sets of sprints for each of the classes today for another day of PCA Club Racing. And Brian, just a little bit, too, about CVR. Just as old as Lime Rock itself, we're one of the oldest chapters at PCA. We have over 2,000 members, many cars, and many of the drivers here are participating. And another thing to highlight, too, is just the number of regions and zones for PCA that are participating here at the race. And I mentioned this a lot yesterday. Encourage you to come out here. We've seen a number of racers coming back to the track from the COVID years and just building that momentum. We're ready for the 34th year here at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, you talked about the weather there. I tell you what, we were here last year doing this, and it was just an abysmal weather. And now we've got a little bit overcast. Yesterday we had perfect skies out here. It was a little bit warm. These drivers found a little bit, some challenging times in certain parts of this racetrack. There's some new asphalt in certain parts. We're going to see that here today with our camera views. But I tell you what, I think most of them got it figured out. When we were watching warm-up this morning, a lot of guys seem to be a little bit faster than they were yesterday.
That's glad to see. I'm really excited to hear that. And we saw some great timings yesterday with the qualifying, some great racing. Overall, folks had a very safe day at the track, very competitive racing. So we're really excited for this morning's programming and sliding to the afternoon. We have a full day here on the broadcast. We're starting here at around 10:20, 10:15 Eastern. We'll be going all the way till 4 p.m. Today. So there's plenty of racing to see. Really encourage you all to check this out. And again, a shout out to folks all over the region and some in Europe actually checking this broadcast out. So thanks for tuning in, and excited to bring you another day here at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, I just tell you what, our first group now here is our green group getting ready to go out, and we saw some challenges with this group yesterday just a little bit. We saw a really good spec Boxster race where we had Noah Mazzola pick up the win there yesterday in that sprint race. And I tell you what, I was watching him and Daniel Rubel during warm-ups today, and they were going at it. So look for a good race between Daniel Rubel and Noah Mazzola in that spec Boxster field.
And Brian, you talked a little bit about the conditions here. One thing that I would note, we did see a little bit of rain here before during qualifying, just a little bit of sprinkle just for a couple of minutes. Hopefully it shouldn't affect the track condition. Things should probably have warmed up or dried off, nothing too heavy. We'll keep an eye on the weather conditions again. Brian, you mentioned it's overcast. We're expecting full sun today, but I don't see any rain at least until much later in the forecast. So we'll hope the rain goes off. Hopefully it didn't jinx us like last year, and folks can enjoy a great day of racing here.
Well, I'll tell you what, this first group coming out here, Andreas, two sponsors. We've got one is our national sponsor, Toyota Tires, and we welcome them, and then United States Roofing Company up there with Ryan Farragut and that company as well. So good to have them come on board. Ryan is actually racing in this group right here, so we'll get a chance to talk about him. He looked really, really good in warm-up this morning as well. As our drivers now get ready to come down the hill and get ready to finish up on their first pace lap here, we should be expecting the green this time by. I don't believe we're going to go 2 pace laps. I think we're only going to do the 1. And again, when you have a short 1.5-mile race course, it goes pretty quickly. So
yeah,
we're getting ready to go off here.
And here we go here. 1 pace lap, as you had mentioned, Brian, and good field today. We have plenty of racers. I mentioned this a lot yesterday, and I'll keep bringing it up again. We have over 100 racers today. and it's going to be great. Very competitive racing. We'll keep an eye on everything for you and relay that as much as we can.
Tell you what, Andreas, just as I was talking about it, you had Ken Agnon on the pole along with Rob Bransford, and I talked about Daniel Rubin. Right as that green flag came out, he went 3 wide down into turn number 1 and tried to end up making that pass and try to get up in front of Noah Mazzola. And it does look like they're going to try to be side by side going through there. Agnon going to fall back just a little bit back into the clutches of Noah Mazzola. So Ken Agnon not getting the start that he wanted to. But I tell you what, Andreas, we're going to go 2 wide, 3 wide. They've got to get that settled up as they come up out of the S's and up the right-hander.
Oh, for sure, Brian. And we talked about this a lot yesterday. Only 1.5 mile track here. When you get over 20 cars, especially early on, folks jockeying for position, you're definitely going to see that play out. But certainly we need to get that sorted out, especially as you're going quickly around the track with 7 turns to manage.
May have lost a little bit of our data, our timing here going through there, so we'll pick them up as they come back by. It seems like everybody's waiting for data. It's all the same racing all the way through. But I tell you, Rob ran over. He is your leader. Agnon has fallen back. I'm not sure that the next 2 cars that are in line, second and third, but they seem to have pulled away from that Ken Agnon machine. And then you've got Daniel Rubel in there, so he's opened up a gap in that spec boxer class over Noah Mazzola, your winner from yesterday's sprint race. As they come through the S's and get ready to come up through the no-name straight to go up through the uphill. Tell you what, unfortunately we didn't have this camera yesterday, but we have it now. You can see the speed when they climb the top of that hill. You're going to see this, and we're going to see this later on today. When these cars get up there, you've got to make sure that steering wheel is straight, because if that steering wheel isn't that straight and you lift those front end off that car, it's going to be a hit.
Oh!
I do believe we have an incident coming off of the last turn there. I believe that may be Daniel Rubel in that 771 machine. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like everybody's going to get by. Looks like he is going to be able to continue. Just slight contact there with the inside retaining wall, but I do believe everything. He is starting to move right now. You can see it just on the left-hand side of your screen there. You can see the replay. It looks like he just got a little bit sideways there, coming off the ground. And Andreas, we talked about it yesterday, where you hit that dirt right there. That dirt has become a patch. And you get that left side tire on there with those hot slick tires, it's going to spin you right around. I do believe that's what happened. But it does look like Daniel Rubel was able to continue a little slowly at best, but I think he's going to be able to make his way back around.
And we're thankful for that, and glad he's okay. He's back on the track, and we do not have a caution flag. We've still been green the entire time, so that's great to see that we can continue the race as scheduled. Hopefully Daniel Rubel can get back into it. Brian, one thing we mentioned yesterday with how dry it was, as soon as tires were making contact with the dirt, kicked up dust, low visibility all over the place. Not seeing that today earlier on, and that could just be because of the overcast, the sun not burning that, making that dry. So it's good to see as well. It gives maximum visibility for the drivers.
Say what I was talking about, Ken Agnon, they're dropping back a little bit further in that number 15 machine. It seems like he's been able to run down the front 3 leaders there. So again, that's going to be a good battle there. But you're right, we stayed green. We didn't go to a full course caution. We didn't even go just basically to a local caution until Daniel was able to get around. Daniel Rubel now coming down pit lane. He'll get attention to his team to see if that car is okay, and then hopefully Daniel can continue. I talked about him this morning. What a great run they had in warm-up, him and Noah Mazzola. That would have been a great race in that spec Boxster class.
Right, of course, they want to get that machine checked out, and maybe they can get back into today's race again. As we mentioned earlier, there is another sprint. That'll be sprint number 3. So maybe just being safe than sorry. He did 1 lap around just to check out the machine, and I think he wants the crew to take a closer look at the machine.
Yeah. That's going to put Noah Mazzola up in the front there. So again, Noah Mazzola is going to be leading right now in that spec Boxster class. Again, unfortunately, I don't have timing and scoring up. It seems to be not working where we can tell you who the drivers are, so we're going to trying to do the best that we can with some numbers right now until we can figure out what's going on downstairs with timing and scoring. But right now, everybody has the same driver name of waiting for data. So
they're all over the map waiting for
pick it up. They're all in the top 4 cars. But I tell you what,
top
the
5,
front
top
4
10.
cars, I can tell you, Rob Brandhover in the 71 machine is your leader, along with Ken Agnell in the back. So we do have that. In the 4th place, and now Ken Agnell coming down the front stretch here, moving all the way over to driver's right, trying to pass the red 708 there. I believe that is an SB3 machine. So
just about 5 minutes in for folks following along. So again, we saw a little bit yesterday, shorter races that some strategy. Now folks need to adapt. We're definitely going to hopefully I'm not jinxing us here, Brian, that we can get the full half hour for each of these races. That's really what we want to see, and I'm sure the drivers feel the same.
Yeah, the front 4 cars here, Andreas, as they come through, coming out of turn 7 now, down in the end, they look like they're trying to have a nice little battle right there as they come down. We're going to go 3 wide. That's Ken Agnell all the way over to far driver's right in that 15. Brandhover in the 71 machine. He's going to be able to hold off that group right there. But, we're going to go 2 wide. Brandhover, I can tell you the red, I believe that is the 708 machine. That is battling for the overall lead as well. I believe that is for position and in class there with those front 4 cars.
Brian, you mentioned some of the drivers yesterday. Brandhover had an excellent day yesterday. I mean, he was all over the track, and it seems like it's early on carrying over to today. So consistent what we're seeing. Other folks, not in this race, is Earl Tucker, the 4th. He had a great race as well yesterday. So some of the notable names from yesterday.
Say what, these front 4 cars, they've opened up a huge gap. Daniel Rubel now comes back down on the pit lane, leaving from his crew. Looks like I think he's going to call it an early race with this one here. Again, like you said, go back and figure out what's going on with that car, see if they can't get that repaired for the next race. And Noah Mazzola in that spec Boxster leading of the 144, and then you've got Alex Howe in that 79 machine as well. Battling there. That is a battle for position on the racetrack and in the spec Boxster class. Everybody else seems to be pretty much lined up nose to tail, not really trying to make passes right now, but trying to do everything they can, again, as they did in this early warm-up. And everybody kind of staying nose to tail. We talked about Ryan Farragut. They had a pretty good warm-up session this morning. I believe right now he's probably going to be sitting back in like 5th or 6th position right now in that spec Boxster. And a little dust up right there. Somebody got a little bit wide coming up over the hill there, up on top of the uphill. Got 2 wheels, drivers left off of that. That's one of those products there, Andreas, where you've got to be careful right there as our front 4 cars now coming down into turn 1 again as well.
Yeah, and thankfully overnight we had some adjustments to bring up some cameras that you can actually follow along and see that. It's great to see on the broadcast, and that is one of the iconic features here at Lime Rock Park, that uphill and folks getting air. And as Brian mentioned earlier, it's an absolute thing that you need to manage, and once you get that experience here at Lime Rock, there's nothing better.
Absolutely. It is one of these, again, we talked about it. It is at the point where you've got to get the car under control as much as possible. And then you have to try to work it and still try to race your competitors. And I think a lot of these drivers, especially in this group here, they've kind of done that, especially you can see when they come up the uphill. And our spec Boxster class there, that's kind of a group there where you kind of need a little bit of help. You can also power past people. But for the most part, everything is pretty much, even. It's up to the driver and the team to get those cars.
Yeah, and in this level of competition with PCA, I mean, the competition is so close. And it really comes down to the driver. I mean, folks have really tuned these machines over the years, and they can see that. But that's where that experience factor comes in. I mentioned this yesterday. Many of our drivers returning But by the time they get to the track, they're ready to go.
And it looks like we've got our timing and scoring back. So I'll tell you what, let's do a little quick recap of who we were talking about in this front four. Rob Branover in that SP3 machine, along with Will Waldron in the 07. That is your front two cars right now. But it does look like Logan Stanko is going to get around Will Waldron coming down through there the last time by. So we just see him now going across the start-finish line in that front four. They're going to be coming up on the back end of some of our lap traffic there. So it is going to be a little bit of a challenge, knowing that these four have been racing nose to tail and side by side with Ken Agnew, Will Waldron, along with Rob Branover. When we look at where we are in class, right, we talked about that spec Boxster. That is actually Logan Stanko is actually leading that class along with Noah Mazzola. So he's a little bit further back at the second gap there. And then you've got Bill Thomas, Alex Au, Chris Taylor, Earl Harrington, Dan Svensson, and then Ryan Farragut, your top 8 in that class there. So again, a lot of good battles going on, but that battle up there in the top 4 with our overall leaders, and just as I said it, they're coming out of turn number 7 and heading down into the front stretch right here. You can see this, Andreas. They're going to be in some of the slower lap traffic back there, and now Stanko's going to fall all the way back to 4, still leading Spec Boxster, but now our front 3 cars are those SP3 cars.
And you're seeing the common theme here early on, folks really testing the machines. You saw some smoke rising from the tires at the end of Samposi straight there. That's a representation of how tight the racing is right now.
Yeah, you can see right here, we're almost 3 wide here, and that's Will Waldron along with Ken Agnew. Logan Stanko, I tell you what, Rob Branover's making his way through that group as quickly as he can, getting held up a little bit, but still able to hold on to that lead. Rob's under heavy fire, heavy attack right there, trying to go through there to get through some of that slower traffic.
We'll also mention it's great to see Luc Pelletier back in the 923 machine. I know he had an issue yesterday, so he's back on the track, and as we foresaw, he definitely made some adjustments overnight. The machine is back up and running, so that's really great to see.
This group here is a product of what we saw yesterday during the sprint race, and even in qualifying. At one point, we had all of the cars on the front stretch at the same time, whether they were being lapped or in your front 4. So it became a little bit of a challenge, and we're seeing the exact same thing here 12 laps into this 30-minute race, where our leaders have now, kind of involved in some heavy traffic, trying to get through that the best they can, and the best battle on is with Will Waldron and Logan Stanko.
And I don't think any of these drivers are complaining about today's conditions. I mean, this is ideal. Right. It's great to see him be out here for the full 30 minutes, and I feel like I'm about to jinx us here, Brian, talking about this.
Well, you got to, again, with what we're seeing here on screen here, just the equalness of the cars, especially in that SP3 group and in the Spec Boxster, with Stanko all the way up into the front 3 there, really battling that, and has, pretty much a big gap back to Noah Mazzola in that number 5 machine. Again, as I said earlier, he was your winner yesterday in Spec Boxster. So again, having that come back up, Logan getting that car on rails this morning. A little bit cooler temperatures that we've got this morning to do that. So I'll tell you what, we've got about 16 minutes left to go. Let me go ahead and make the first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, yellow group. This is your first call to the grid for your sprint race number 2. Yellow group, first call to the grid for your sprint race number 2. And Andreas, with that, tell you what, why don't we go ahead, we'll take a quick break. We'll thank some partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll pick up this action and we'll follow along with this front 4 group to see if they can work themselves through even some more traffic. We'll be right back.
At Hankook Tire. We strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth-tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an Anejo and a Cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting OctavioTequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And Andreas, it does look like during that commercial break we are going to go to a full course caution with about 12 minutes left to go here. We do have one car that, as you come down the downhill, sitting off to driver's left, should be able to, I believe, I'm not sure if that is Luke Richard in the 626 machine. I believe that maybe down there off the driver's left, right there in the camera view, just on driver's left of the track. It does look like the driver may have gotten out of the car. It does look like it, and I do believe that is Luke Richard in the 626 in that yellow 944 down there.
Yeah, unfortunate for Luke there, Brian, and we hope he's okay. I think they were trying to wait to see if he could recover the machine before throwing out the caution, so a little bit of discretion there, but I think they ruled that he couldn't move the machine there.
Yeah, and that's not in a very good spot on the racetrack, especially coming down the hill, making the right-hand turn. So best to go in. He came down the hill at a slow pace. I watched him coming down through there, so it looked like some mechanical issue that happened. But tell you what, let's go ahead while we're doing that. We're getting caught back up here. Let's go ahead and give a rundown, and we'll give a little bit of a rundown by class right now, where we are right now. Let's look at our ME1 class. Gene Raimondi over Frank Osborne in our SP3, and this has been a great battle the entire session in this sprint race. Will Waldron leading over Rob Branover, and then Ken Agnall sitting in third. And about another minute back, you've got Chip Henderson, who I found out yesterday is not from Frederick, Maryland, he's from Ohio. Made that perfectly clear last night at dinner. That's kind of an inside joke there. If we look at our SP2, Joe Dillon in the 152, he's leading over Luke Pelpetier, and then David Mann in the 72. And our Spec Boxster, that's been a good battle, and that's actually going to close this gap a little bit here. Logan Stanko in the 708, Bill Thomas, and then Noah Mazzola. That's your top three with Alex Al, Chris Taylor, Earl Harrington, and then Van Sensen is in the 7th position in that group. And then we've got one SP1 car out there right now, and that is Albert Salvador. So as we ran through some of this, as I said, now that we're under that full course caution, it's really going to gather and bring everything back up, and hopefully we can get that car, that machine, moved up relatively quickly. It does look like they may have had them hooked up right now.
Brian, and thanks for walking through the early results early on here. Again, still 1/3 left in the air, about 9 minutes left on this 30-minute race. There's something to note, too, as well. We had about 31 cars starting, and as we mentioned, Luke Richard there out. Still about 30 cars running in this, predominantly on the Spec Boxster class, over half, 18. But what's interesting here is just how close these are together. Very tight competition with Logan Stanko, Bill Thomas cracking the top 3, and Noah Zola, as you mentioned. But others from yesterday, Alex Haw, Porsche perennial, always coming back here and competing with all he can, and Chris Taylor cracking the top 5 in the Spec Boxster class. So keep an eye on those times. Obviously, things a little distorted with the caution, but we'll see how this shakes out for the remainder of this race. There's still plenty to go here on this.
Yeah, and it does look like look like they've got that car towed off, so we may be going green. So I tell you what, before we get to the green flag, let's make a second call to the grid before we get back to green racing here. Attention to the paddock. Yellow group, this is your second call to the grid for your sprint race number 2. Yellow group, to the grid, please. And Andreas, just as we say that, we're back to green flag racing here with Will Waldron and Rob Brandhover leading our overall field and our SP3 class. Ken Agnall crossing the line there in third in FPV. Logan Stanko in that Spec Boxster leading right now with about 8 minutes to go. So this is where it's all going to be, is whether or not anybody's going to be able to chase down Logan Stanko for that Spec Boxster.
Again, some names from yesterday as well. Logan Stanko, great first day here racing, and it seems to be carrying over. So we'll see if anybody can challenge him as we finish the remainder of this race.
Tell you what, drivers that were really, got a great start there. Bill Thomas moved ahead of Noah Mazzola in that Spec Boxster for second when they came across the start-finish line. So a good start for that 144 driver, Bill Thomas. Alex Au, he's about 2/10 behind Noah Mazzola. So as we start to get through here, we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to run him down. And it does look like right there, and it does look like they're all going to go by Noah Mazzola right now. Tell you what, we do have some onboards here. Why don't we go to Van Sensen, who is in that number 28, that Spec Boxster. Take a lap around this 1.5 mile. And there you go. We're on board here with Van racing with that number 717 machine. I tell you what, that's a really good battle. That's been going on quite a bit. That's Earl Harrington. And that's actually not only going to be a battle in position, but a battle in class. That's going to be the battle for 6th place in that Spec Boxster group.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Brian. I mean, as I mentioned, the top 3, Alex Au now moving second in class with the Spec Boxster, finishing out with Mazzola in the top 3, and Bill Thomas now in 4th in class. But it's great to see, as I mentioned, this is something that's catching my eye throughout the race here. Again, on the back stretch here, they're kicking up some more dust, so many cars coming up and around there. But this is some great timing here and great camera work here.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to go on board. You're going to see what it's like there going through. Now, granted, that dust is kind of kicked up and left by the time Van got through there in his onboard. But you can see where all of those cars made some evasive action to do it. Here comes Ryan Farragut down to the inside of Van. What a great strategic power move by Ryan Farragut in that 29. And, I watched him during practice this morning in his warm-up, and he looked very strong getting down into turn 1 and to turn 2, especially trying to go deeper than everybody else.
Yeah, if this doesn't tempt you to come over here and race Lime Rock Park, you got a year. You got a year to prepare and get out here.
Well, I tell you what, this Spec Boxster class, I've talked about it quite a bit while we still ride on board with Van. I tell you what, this is all about the driving. You see Van getting a great run up on top of the hill. He's going to go driver's right there along with Ryan Farragut. Again, as they come down underneath that bridge, get ready to come down the back straight, down West Bend, and then through the bottom of the downhill. Again, a really good run by both those drivers.
And as we're watching there, Bill Thomas now in 3 again. Him and Nizzola really duking it out. Again, we were showing Farragut and Svensson there on 7 and 8 in class, but all over, as I said, this caught my eye early on this race. It's just great to see Logan Stanko still comfortable lead in first. Alex Al now in second, trying to make his way there. Bill Thomas back in the top 3.
I'll tell you what, still a really, really good battle up there in the top spot. We'll take a look. I think Will Waldron may have pulled away a little bit from Rob Granover and Ken Agnaw, and he's pulled away by about, I'd say, 20. I'd say it's about a 5-second lead right now, because those three have been battling the entire time, and they have just opened that up over now to 5.5 seconds over Rob Granover and Ken Agnaw. That's the battle for second overall and the second in that SP3 class.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, Will Waldron now in first in class in SP3 and Brandhover in second. So still tight with Ken Agnaw there, so that might be something to see. Will Waldron has a comfortable lead on Brandhover. So that's definitely a change from earlier on in the race after the caution. So just a few more minutes to go. We'll keep an eye on things. Joe Dillon comfortably leading Spec 2 class, almost a second on Luke Pelletier, but he's still close.
Well, the driver that I'm looking at right now is Alex Au, because Alex Au in that Spec Boxster, second in that class, is running Logan Stanko down. Last time by it was 2.5 seconds. We'll see where that gap is now as they come back out of the downhill, out of turn number 7, down the front stretch. There you go. There's our second and third place cars going side by side with Ken Agnaw and Rob Granover. And that gap now with Alex Au and Logan Stanko is about 2 seconds. So he picked up 3/10 of a second that lap alone. Again, that's going to be the 5th and 6th place cars that you'll see in the screen. There's Logan Stanko right there in the red 708. There's Alex Au in the multicolored with the white doors in that number 79 machine.
It's a great observation there, Brian. I mean, that was maybe 4 seconds earlier, and now we're approaching 2 seconds there. I wonder if he has enough time. There's just about over 2 minutes left in this race. Does he have enough time to catch up with him? One thing I am watching, though, every time Alex Au goes by, I see green going by. His laps are getting better and better, whereas Logan Stanko still best lap on the 6th lap of 1:7:38. So still making up ground. Again, is there enough time? And we'll see what maybe Logan has down his sleeve to finish this one out in first in class, Spec Boxster class.
Yeah, I tell you what, with about 2 minutes left to go, you're right. I mean, and the thing with Logan Stanko, he is in kind of the same with our second and third place cars with Rob Granover and Ken Agnaw. He's kind of being held up a little bit, and that's allowing Alex Au to get in front and move. Right now, that gap is now under 2 seconds. It's now 1.6 seconds. So Alex really starting to reel Logan in that 708 machine.
Yeah, and you do see a little bit of separation with Alex and Bill Thomas there. So again, the battle now is really between first and second. Bill Thomas comfortably sitting in third in class, Mazzola in fourth, and Chris Taylor dropping back to fifth. And the number 68 machine, Errol Harrington moving in sixth. And we see Farragut and Svensson still at 7 and 8 battling it out. Those positions seem to be set. But what's the big question mark is 1 and 2 and 5 and 6 there with Noah Mazzola and Chris Taylor.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm keeping an eye on this group here. This front group with our Spec Boxster leaders and with Brenover, and I think we're now going to see that it may be that Ken Agnaw has a little bit of a problem, because you see he is dropping back, and now he's dropping back even further behind Alex Au. When he came into turn number 1 there, got on the brakes, seems to be back up pace now. But I think when he got on the brakes really, really hard that time into turn 1, that car got all kinds of sideways under the braking. and not able to control that and ended up falling back just a little bit.
Brian,
Moved
not
all the way back.
oh, excuse me there. That timing now between Logan Stank and Alex Al is about half a second there. So where it was 5 seconds, 2.5, under 2, now we're within a half second of one another. So again, that gap is closing. We'll keep an eye. There's only about a minute and change left on this one. One more lap.
Yep. So Will Waldron is working the last lap right now in that 0.7, and that is your leader in SP3. Again, that battle still with Ken Agnall and Rob Ranover. That's not over either, as now Agnall seems to be back up to full speed there. He's going to go side by side there with Logan Stanko in that 7.08. Alex Al is going to be right there. So you got that battle going on for the top spot in Spec Boxster and the second place in our SP3 class. So a good 4 or 5 cars that have been kind of going at it this whole entire race here.
And as we were talking about that, Brian, Ken Agnall moving into second in class, Ranover dropping back to third in the SP3 class. Will Waldron still leading like he has been most of this race in the 7 machine there with the 93.968.
Yeah, Will Waldron pretty open it up, got pretty much a open track right now. I believe he is coming out of the last coming by the start-finish line there. So Will Waldron is going to pick up our Green Sprint race number 2 overall win. Here comes the battle for second in SP3 and our Spec Boxster class. It does look like it is going to be Rob Ranover in that 71 going to pick up second. Logan Stanko is going to pick up the Spec Boxster win with Ken Agnall in 4th overall and in 3rd in SP3. We'll let some of our other drivers come out. Noah Mazzola falling way back in that number 5 machine, Spec Boxster. A couple of other cars getting ready to come down. Here comes Van Svensson down. Looks like he has already taken that checkered flag. A couple other good battles going on as they cross the start-finish line here. You can see a plethora of cars right there picking. That's one of those is Gene Raimondi in that number 78 in that MD1 class.
Yeah, and Brian, I mean, this was, as I mentioned earlier, this was going to be the race to watch. Logan Stanko on the Spec Boxster class. He led most of the race there in taking that class. But very interesting, Chris Taylor finished in second there. Alex Al dropping to 3. We thought that Alex was going to catch up with Logan there in that race, but on the last minute there, Chris Taylor was able to edge it out and finish second in class. So great racing from Chris on that one.
Tell you what, let's go ahead and give you the rundown of all of the classes here, and then we'll take a quick break and we'll come back with our yellow group with their second race. So in ME1, as I mentioned, Gene Raimondi picking up the win over Frank Osborne in that 313 machine. In SP3, your overall winner and your winner in that class is the 07 of Will Waldron. Rob Ranover is going to hold off Ken Agnall, finish second in SP3. Ken Agnall finishing 3rd. Chip Henderson 4th. William Johnson and Damon DeCastro is going to round out the top 6 field there. In SP2, Joe Dillon in that 152, he's going to hold off Luke Pelpetier in that 923. The 72 of David Mann's going to finish in 3rd, and we saw Luke Richard having that problem in that 626 machine. In Spec Boxster, Logan Stanko is going to end up picking up the win there. Alex Al, and then Bill Thomas takes the last podium spot. Chris Taylor, Earl Harrington, Van Svensson, and then Ryan Farragut round out your top 7, with Noah Mazzola following all the way back to 8th in that Spec Boxster class. In our lone SP1, Albert Salvador is going to pick up the win there. So Andreas, that's going to wrap up our sprint race number 2. These guys are going to come back later on this afternoon, but I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead and we'll take a quick break. Thanks to partners and sponsors. When we come back, we get our yellow group going. We'll be right back.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, or taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I'm Brian Donati along with Andreas Cloud. And Andreas, we're moving on to our next group here relatively quickly, and we saw some really good racing yesterday when we had Marche Tuiditz and Garrett Krieger as well at the top. One is a GTB1, one is the GT3 class. So again, not battle in class, but during that first sprint race yesterday afternoon, these two drivers went at it, and they had to come up through some lap traffic, and they did very, very well. And I believe Garrett Krieger did really good trying to get through and maneuver his way through that traffic.
Yeah, Brian, that's exactly correct. I mean, this group was very competitive yesterday, and one thing that we're seeing, even though the conditions are slightly different, overcast, mainly the same players from yesterday carrying over, at least on the first group. So we'll see what adjustments folks have made for this race upcoming. 30 minutes, plenty of time to prove what you can do with your machine and how you can race today. So certainly something to kick out here as we get going on the second group.
Yeah, you've got, and we talked about this yesterday, but this GTB1 class always comes down to the very end, the last couple of minutes, or within the last turn. And I expect that we'll see that here again. Russell Motorana is sitting on the pole, is in second in GTB1 along with Hadley Boss Fisher, and they were going at it yesterday as well.
Yeah, looking at these names, I mean, the qualifying certainly helped with positioning here, but with a 30-minute race, anything can happen. So you could see any of these folks jump a few positions here. We're just about to go green, but some of these names early on, Mashi Tunowitz had a great race yesterday. So we'll see how this competes out for this once we're under green here.
And we are under green, and I tell you what, it is Garrett Krieger taking the early top spot and getting down into turn one. Marche in that number 29 machine. It looked really strong out in warm-ups as well this morning, but everybody 2, 3, almost 4 wide, Andreas, going down a little bit further in the back of the pack as they come out of turn number 1 and then out of turn number 2. Does look like everybody's going to get settled in. We're going to go 2 wide still all the way through there until we get back to almost row 16 or 17, I believe, in that group right there. They're still 2 wide halfway through this pack.
Yeah, that's just shows how ready these drivers are to compete today. I mean, everybody's not taking any chances, not playing too conservatively, and that makes for some exciting racing and certainly putting on a little bit of a show early on for the spectators that we have today on site.
Tell you what, this race, as I mentioned, came all the way down to the end, the last couple of minutes. And again, yesterday's races were a little bit shortened because we ended up getting a little bit further behind than we wanted to, and we did have that 6 o'clock cutoff time to do that with our races. So these drivers now know they're going to go the full 30 minutes.
And that GTB1 class early on, Tunowitz taking that early on, and that carries over from yesterday. Martirana, which is great to see him cracking the top 3 here. He's in the number 2 position in class. And then Eric Liu, again, experienced driver, been here many times before. You see that top 3 spot. Boss Fisher moving into 4th in class in the first lap here with a time of 1:02.771.
Well, you know, yesterday we talked about it, and we even saw yesterday during the race, Eric Liu in that 154 machine was right up front there, was battling with Boss Fisher and Russell Mortarana early on, and then fell back. Ended up getting that car a little bit loose in certain spots. As you can see here, some of our drivers still kicking up the dust there as they come up over top of that hill. But Eric, that car just seemed to fall off towards the end. Don't look for that to happen today. Look for that car to be strong all the way through these 30 minutes.
And with these type of conditions, maybe you probably wouldn't have seen that last year with the rain that we had. They're going to use every inch of the track, and that's why you see that dust kicking up there, using that and then some to get any sort of edge that they can over there. I mentioned it earlier now, Lou moving into 1st in class in GTB1 class, Tunowitz moving into 2nd, Martirana moving into 3rd. But Lou with an early move early on here.
Yeah, so you've got so Marche Tunowitz leading that GTB1. Again, you've got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th overall. But Eric Liu was the fastest car on the racetrack that last time for lap number 2. So again, as I said, look for that car to be strong the entire time in this full 30 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. There, the correction there with the fastest lap.
Yeah, now Garrett Krieger goes to the top of the board for the fastest lap, and these cars are going to get faster every single lap as we go through this thing here. But you know that front 4, pretty good battle. If we go back just a little bit further, I was following the Boss Fisher and then David Kutu in that 881 machine. Again, that's a GT3 and a GTB1 class car. They were within 0.3 of a second each other, and David Kutu was right on the back bumper of that green Hanley Boss Fisher green and white Cayman S last time by when they crossed the start-finish line. So a very good run there. And it does look like we are going to go to a full course caution. Not caring why, but it does look like we do have some activity going on. So we are going to go to a full course caution here right now. We'll pick up where that is. I'm not seeing anything on the cameras, not seeing anything out the window here. But we've definitely got something going on where we're going to get this group back together here again. And our safety car is going to pick that up again. I want to thank Pirelli and HQ Racing. Pirelli is our national sponsor for this this race group here, along with HQ Racing coming out, jumping on board to sponsor this this race session as well. So we're trying to figure out and determine where that is, but we are under full course caution. And Andreas, this is kind of the second one today. Let's hope this is not a theme, because we didn't see that yesterday at all, even though we were kind of in that rush to get all the races in and get the times in. It seemed to go pretty smoothly, and I think now we're starting to really see where the racing's coming out.
That's interesting too. I mean, the fact that we have a longer race, we thought that maybe folks would take it a little bit slower and see how the positioning goes out and have some strategy later on. It doesn't seem like that. It shows the eagerness of the drivers to get out there today, in my opinion. Yesterday we had some shorter races at the end of the day. You saw there with the vintage, with the timing, they only had about 12 minutes. Now we're seeing a 30-minute race, but that is not slowing our drivers down. So again, once we get some more information about why we're under full caution, we'll certainly relay that to you all.
Yeah, so it looks like we may have somebody coming up through the uphill, getting ready to go through the uphill. Maybe somebody pulled off their driver's right. And again, with a 1.5 mile racetrack, and being that we have kind of tighter corners, it is tough. Every position, every spot is a bad spot. They don't do hot pulls here, so if somebody doesn't able to get going in a reasonable amount of time, it's best to control the group, control the racers, and get them out and get that car back to safety.
Yeah, Brian, you talked about this early on. This track is unchanged for the last 70 years, and it's all with the natural terrain here as it was built. So there are a lot of intricacies that you need to understand when you're over here at Lime Rock in northwestern Connecticut. It's just the way the track is. So again, that's where that experience factor comes in. Again, many of the drivers returning here year after year. This track is known, but all these intricacies that can have an edge in this type of racing.
So there's the car that was just outside of the camera shot, and that is the David Nissenbaum machine. And we saw David had a problem yesterday towards the end of one of those races. So again, that situation unfortunately did not correct itself. And he sat there for quite a few laps trying to get that car moved, but definitely going to be pulled back down in the pit lane. I do anticipate us more than likely going back to green this time now that we've got that Nissenbaum machine moved. So unfortunately for David, that situation has not been corrected on that car.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for David Ray Bryan, but again, he'll have plenty of time. We won't see the third sprint until 2:15 today, so he's got a few more hours to figure this out. Again, we have the lunchtime as well, and we are about to move over to green here in just a few moments.
Yeah, I tell you what, one of our cars that was a little bit further back, Michael Stenko, tell you what, he's still under that full course caution. He's trying to catch, because I do believe the next time we come by the start finish line, we're going to go green. So look for our safety car to pull in. And Garrett Krieger is going to lead this group back to the green as they get ready to come down out of turn number 7. So pretty quick, full course caution here right now just to get that Nissenbaum machine moved. So these drivers got to get right back into the situation underneath those helmets.
Yeah, and that was early on in this race. Still over 20 minutes to go in this race. So again, we only had completed a few laps under greens, and we're just about to move there for here. So again, we saw some changing in positioning in the first race after the caution. So we'll see how these drivers go, and we are under green here at Lime Rock.
Tell you what, we are back to green, and again, it is the Garrett Krieger. And just as he did in the opening start, got a great run to lead this field down. But Andreas, we're going to go 2-3 wide going down into turn 1 again, halfway through the pack, kind of in the Dominic Belvedere, Steve Garrison, Keith Fisher areas there. They're going to end up going 3 wide. Throw in Art Zhang in there as well, trying to go 3 wide. Now it looks like we're going to get to 2 wide as Eric Liu is trying to chase down Russell Mortarama. Again, that's in that GTB1 class.
Yeah, his top 3 positioning still staying the same. Tunowitz, Martirana, and Liu. Boss Fisher right out of the top 3 and 4th in the 22 machine there in the 2010 Cayman spec Cayman class.
You guys come up and over the hill. You're starting to see where some of these cars there are starting to lift that front end a little bit over the top of that hill, which is, if you're a camera person, that is a great picture to have in your portfolio, because those cars will get a little bit airborne on the front noses of these cars.
That's right, Brian. And our CVR Photography Club will certainly be getting some shots. Again, after the race, we have our Challenge magazine for CVR, where all these photos will be there. Certainly some features as well from today's program, so look out for that issue. Again, that's CVRPCA.com. You can get our Challenge magazine for the CVR PCA chapter.
Alan Benjamin in that number 21 in his GTC1 machine, pulling his car down on the pit lane. So it looks like his car may be done a little bit as we kicking up a little bit more dust at the top of the hill there. I'll tell you what, good battle going on right now. A little bit further back. Not only do you have it in the front two, but again, you've also got the Hanley Boss Fisher and the David Cotu. I talked about them a little bit while ago. Now Cotu's going to get around Hanley Boss Fisher in that 881 machine. So again, that battle going on still as we have this race now picking back up.
Yeah, and also looking at the GT3 class, Garrett Krieger again from yesterday, taking that yesterday. Now he's a lead early on. Now over 4 seconds over David Cotu for number 2 in class, and number 3, 127, Steve Garrison.
Yeah, I tell you what, sitting here looking at this battle right here again, Russell Mortarana, Eric Liu, that battle's still not going away. That is sitting there right there, coming into your screen as they go through. And then a little bit further back, Peter DeBusman in that in black, in that 125, that GTD1 car getting involved in some of this racing as well. So a lot of our cars now starting to get single file, but a good battles and a little bit further back. I'm going to pick up this battle coming in right now, right here. I believe that is going to be the white. That is Art Zhang in the 228 machine, along with Steve Garrison and Keith Fisher, along with Dominic Belvedere. So you've got multi-class cars, multi-class, in there racing all for position on the racetrack. Again, that's Art Zhang right there, that white and red with the red stripe going up the front. And then coming through there, looks like he's got around Peter DeBusman in that 125 machine as they come down up over the hill and down out of the back straight down into West Bend.
For the G class there, Brian, we saw this yesterday, Patton and Gershon going at it. Very close racing, but there's a little bit of separation between the two of those guys now, about 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds it was on the last lap around. We'll see when the timing refreshes what that separation, but Patton really having a great start here. Now that has moved to 7 minutes with a refresh in timing, so 7 seconds, correction there. So a 7-second separation between Patton and Gershon there. So I'm sure Gershon may want to try to catch up here in the second half of this race.
Yeah, we had Michaels on board yesterday for a little while, and he was opening up that lead in that G class for a while, and then John Patton was able to get around him and pick up that win, towards the latter stages of that race, and it was a lot about product of just getting into traffic, and Michael Gershon just not able to get around it at the right time. Talked about Eric Liu. He has now gone up into second in GTB1. He has worked his way around Russell Mortarana in that 726 machine and has opened up that gap to almost 3.2 seconds. So, again, as I mentioned, Eric Liu, what his problem for yesterday towards the end of the race seemed to have rectified themselves as it's gone pretty quick.
Yeah, Lou's been here many times before, many years. All the years that I've been doing this, about 5 or 6 now. Brian, so that's where that experience factor made some adjustments overnight. With 2 races to go, it's paying off now. So that gap right now between Tunowitz and Liu is about 0.65 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that on the latter stages. Again, we're about halfway through the race here.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, one of the battles I want to pick up, and Gary, if we can pick this battle up, and that is in our Spec Cayman class. And we've mentioned the names, but we haven't really picked them up, and that is the 556, the silver Cayman, along with Eric Yortsoy with the white with the blue stripe with the 321 Cayman. That battle is now 3.2 seconds. They're just now coming down into turn number 1. Right now, there is Dominic Belvedere, and there is Eric Yortsoy with the blue nose. Last time by, it was just about a second. It's opened up by about 1.4 seconds in that Spec Cayman class, where Dominic has opened up a little bit, but now he's kind of getting into some traffic there as he moves forward, which has allowed Eric Yortsoy to move up and maybe close that gap of that 1.4. Had a pretty big gap to the next couple cars in that, but that is the battle for Spec Cayman. That looks like that battle is going to go down to the end as well.
And Brian, while you were talking there, Liu now has moved into first place in class, with the GTB class, passing Tunowitz. So it was early on that Tunowitz was leading it for the first half. Now Eric Liu has moved into first. So interesting to see there. Again, that gap now with Martirana in the first 2 there has now moved to about 5 seconds, a little bit over 5 seconds there. So Liu and Tunowitz within 0.4 seconds of one another, battling out for first place in class there. Keep an eye there. That is really small for 15 minutes of racing there, Brian. So certainly a lot can happen in these last 15 minutes of this race.
I'll tell you what, last time by, Eric Liu was almost a half a second faster than Marseille in that number 29 machine. Yeah, I tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and we'll take a quick break. We'll thank some partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll pick up the last couple of these battles because I do believe it's going to go down to the end. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rack. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints of cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I'm Brian Delati, along with Andreas Klaub. And Andreas, we were sitting here talking about it during the break real quick, and I picked it up just as it was going off camera. Garrett Krieger falling back a little bit. I'm wondering if Garrett's got a little bit of a brake issue because he's almost getting onto the brakes at the start-finish line going down into turn number 1.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. I mean, he definitely has some separation with David Coutu in class, but we'll watch that closely again. We talked about earlier on. There's a long race, 30 minutes, 10 minutes left. Let's see what Coutu could make up on that. But he's putting best laps down. His best lap there just happened on the 17th around the track here at 57.857. So he may be able to close a little bit of that gap with Krieger, who's got that sizable lead by about 13 or 14 seconds we're seeing here.
And Marchand at 29 is really coming off turn number 7. Really good, really picking up the speed going down into turn number 1 as well.
Brian, we talked about this a little bit earlier, though. Tunowitz now moving back in class, first in class, with Lou behind him now creating about almost a second separation between the two of them. They both two have pulled ahead at third in class. That's Russell Martirana in third, with about a 9-second gap between him and Lou for second and third there. Boss Fisher comfortably in fourth in class. That's in the 22 machine. Art Zhang, the top 5. He is in the 228 machine there.
You know, again, want to thank our partners and sponsors, especially, our national sponsor, Pirelli Tire, for coming on board with this race, as well as our regional with HQ Racing. HQ Racing is the largest indoor to outdoor karting track in America. That's got to be pretty big, and I know that I'm looking and they're going to Sodi karts, and Matt and I over here were talking about it the other day. I'm actually picking up the Sodi karts this week.
Chatting about that.
I've got one that I'm going to start racing as well, so looking forward to that.
That's great, Brian. Love to hear that.
So check them out there in Peekskill, New York. Again, the largest indoor to outdoor karting track of America. I'm going to have to leave here and go straight there.
Ready? We got an hour for lunch, right, Brian? So we can grab our food and go. We'll be right back to the broadcast.
Tell you what, looking at our overall leaders here again, we've got about just under 8 minutes left to go in this race. And I tell you what, Marcel Tunowicz has really kind of opened up that gap now over Eric Liu. 2 seconds, moved Garrett Krieger back. Again, we were talking about it. I think Krieger may have a little bit of an issue happening on there. He's definitely, or he's having a real big problem coming off of turn 7 because that car just seems to fade back just a little bit under heavy braking down into turn number 1.
That's right, and they won't be back out here until later on. We're seeing about 3 o'clock, so he does a couple more hours to figure it out, see what's going on. Again, he still has a comfortable leading class over David Coutu. Steve Garrison rounding out the class there in third in the 127 machine. That's a 2010 Cayman in black there. So those positions seem to be pretty much set at this point. We'll see if Garrison can make up some ground. And Coutu, they have about a 4.5-5 second separation between the two of them there. But Krieger still holding it down in first in class in the number 1 machine.
A lot of give and take here. I was just checking our overall leaders going down into turn number 1. They're probably turns 3 and 4 now, just that right-hander. A lot of give and take where they were making some moves. There you go. There you can see right now. That is the 29, Marche Twins. And then you have Eric Liu behind it. And Garrett Krieger got in deep that time, but really gave a lot of room to Eric Liu as they were trying to make a pass on one of the slower cars.
Yeah, that is the theme to watch on this one. Tunowicz again and Liu battling it out. Yesterday, Tunowicz is battling with Boss Fisher and Martirana. Now it seems to be that Liu has taken that place. As we mentioned earlier, he's made some adjustments overnight. So that separation between Tunowicz and Liu was about a second early on. That has moved back to about a half second. And we'll see, that is fluctuating there. So certainly it's changing. Again, on this last one, just refreshed, it's a little bit over a second. So some jockeying for position there. See if Tunowicz can hold this out with a little bit over 5 minutes to go in this race.
Kind of taking a look a little bit further back into our G class here. I'm going to try to pick them up. I know it's a pretty big gap between the two of John Patton. I believe in the white number 2, and then trying to pick him up, and then there's Eric Yortz. I believe John Patton is in a green and white Boxster as just now going into turn number 1, and then Michael Gershon still just now getting ready to come out of the turn number 7 and down the front stretch. Going by there. So that gap opened up to about 14 seconds. We talked about our Spec Cayman with Dominic Belvedere and the silver Cayman along with Eric Yortsoy in the white and the blue 321 that has the blue nose. That was down to almost 1.1 seconds. Now that gap has opened up by about 1.6 seconds. So again, Dominic Belvedere able to get through some of the traffic and as our leaders are starting to come up on them as well. Kind of making the right moves to open up that gap. There you can see them now coming down out of turn number 7 down the front stretch. And there is John Patton in that green and white machine just now going by the start-finish line. But Eric Yortsoy, let's go back to that Spec Cayman class. Let's keep it right here because this is where that battle is. With Dominic Belvedere, I believe in the silver. There's Eric Yortsoy there. So I believe that right there in front of him is the Dominic Belvedere 556 machine. That is now down to under half a second. So again, Eric Yortzway closing the gap because of the traffic as they come up out of the uphill down into West Bend, getting ready to come down into turn number 7. We'll see how close Eric Yortzway is going to be this time by as they come out of turn number 7.
That is close there, Brian. I mean, with that gap, it's fluctuating there. It's right around a half second now. It's moved up to about 0.7 seconds. So see if Yortzway can catch up to Belvedere. As we saw in the last race, a lot can happen in these last few minutes. 3 minutes to go here on the second race of the day in sprint number 2.
Well, the red and black kind of, it's not really silver. That is Dominic Belvedere right there, the third car in line, and the next car right behind him, that's Eric Yortzway in that 321 machine. So that 0.4, 0.7 gap, that's almost narrowed down to almost nothing in certain parts of this racetrack as Dominic Belvedere tries to stay onto the back nose there. I believe that is Steve Garrison along with Peter DeBusman, along with Gregory Wagner as well. So that battle goes on. That's not a battle in class. That is just a battle on the racetrack. So where Dominic Belvedere gets held up a little bit, that's allowing Eric Yortzway to move in a little bit closer in that Spec Cayman class.
And then, Brian, as we were looking at the Spec Cayman competition, moving back to the GTB1 class, Tunowitz now creating about a separation with Lou in there in first and second. So that positioning has not changed in the last few minutes as we were tuning into earlier on. Again, we do have a car going off on pit road there. We'll catch that number in just a minute here. But yeah, that Spec Cayman class is what we'll keep an eye on in these last few minutes, given the other competition out there. So Belvedere comfortably still ahead of Yortzway. We'll see with traffic how that manages in this last 2 minutes of this race.
That car that pulled down on pit lane that you were just talking about, that is the 475. So that is Ariel German. Again, another one of our G-class competitors. So again, looking at the back left-hand side of that car.
And in the G-Class, Patton comfortably in first place there with an overlap, almost about a 12-second gap between him and Gershon. We talked about that a little earlier, so that has not changed there. Jordan Simon rounding out the top 3 for the G-Class there. Germain, 475, and Nissimum is in 5th in class as he had exited the race much earlier on, only completing a few laps on this one.
Still keeping an eye on our Spec Cayman class right there. Again, Dominic Belvedere holding off Eric Yortzway. Got a couple slower cars in there. I believe one of those cars that they are putting is the Michael Stenko, that number 73, that white Boxster, kind of in there. And then you end up, I believe, that is Garrett Krieger that is going to be coming up on the back end of that. So our overall leaders have already gone by there. We'll take a look at that. I'm not sure if that's Krieger's machine or not that is coming up on the back. That is not Garrett Krieger. That is the 002 machine.
Yeah, and we'll see.
Keith Fisher coming on the back.
Yeah, we talked about Krieger earlier on there, Brian. We thought that he might be slowing down for a little bit, and for a few laps he was, but he did just put down his best lap time there by about 56.869. So nice.
So there's our overall leader. The last cars that were in this shot right here, this yellow and black machine. That is the 29. That is Marche Tunowitz, and that is Eric Liu. They are working their last lap. Now, when you get down to the Eric Yortzway and the Dominic Belvedere, if they get by them before they get to that start-finish line, that's going to be their last lap. If they stay in front of that leader, Eric will have one more lap to try to chase down Dominic Belvedere. So you're trying to hold off the leader as well as trying to catch your competitor to try to pick up the win. And it doesn't look like they're going to do it, but here comes the battle for the lead, and it is going to be the 29 there of Marche Tunowitz is going to pick up the win and the win in GTB1 over Eric Liu. Eric Liu is going to finish second overall and second in GTB1. Garrett Krieger is going to finish third and pick up the win in GT3. Russell Motorana is just now coming by the start-finish line there, so that's going to put him in that final podium spot in GTB1 in that 726. Again, let's go ahead and let's pick up this Dominic Belvedere, Eric Yortsoy battle again if we can still, because they still have one more lap to go, and it does look like that Belvedere's opened it up now by about more than 20 car lengths over Eric Yortsoy. So as they work this last lap, Eric Yortsoy falling just a little bit further back. So look for Dominic Belvedere as he now comes out of turn number 7 and down the front stretch, going to pick up that win in that Spec Cayman class.
Yeah, Brian, we talked about this. They race all in the last second there. That final gap between Tunowitz and New, under a tenth of a second. So that is a hairline for a 30-minute race. That it was tight. So
they were coming up on the back bumper of Eric Yortsoy at that time, and they were trying to make a move to get through there. So looks like all of our cars now have crossed the start-finish line. Let's go ahead and give you the full field rundown. We'll give it to you by class. And then we'll talk about what we're going to do next, because we're getting ready to take our break for lunch, and we'll tell you what time you need to be back here so that we can get our next group to go, which will be our red group, roughly around 12:30. So in that F class, Michael Stanko is going to pick up that win in that number 73. In GTD1, Peter DeBusman is going to pick up the win there. In G class, John Patton will pick up the win with Michael Gershon second and Jordan Simon in third. Spec Cayman, which is what we were just talking about, Dominic Belvedere in that 5.56. He's going to pick up the win over Eric Yortsoy, and then Dan Ross in the 410 is going to finish in third. In GTB1, it is Marcel Tunowicz who's going to pick up the win there over Eric Liu. Then you've got Russell Mortarana, and then Hanley Boss Fisher is going to round out the top 4 with Art Zhang coming in 5th. In GTC1, Alan Benjamin, he only completed 11 laps. We saw him come down the pit road there. He's going to pick up the win there. And Garrett Krieger in GT3 is going to pick up the win over David Kotu, and then Steve Garrison is going to pick up the last podium spot. So with that being said, that's going to wrap up kind of our morning session, 2 races. We're going to take an hour here for lunch. We are expected to be back on air by about 11:20. So we will make sure that we get our red group in at about 12:15. You're going to want to start heading up to the grid so that you're ready to go for your rest, which will roll off at 12:30. But we'll give you more information as we come back from that. So we're going to take our quick hour from lunch, take our quick hour break for lunch, and you're watching the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be back.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros, in a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events. HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the Midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the Midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
After a 14-year hiatus, PCA Club Racing returns to the Pacific Northwest. Oregon Region is co-hosting the Rose Cup with Friends of PIR to bring Porsche racing back to Portland International Raceway. The 65th anniversary Rose Cup races will be held on July 11th and 12th, part of the West Coast Series. This 2-mile track is known for its challenging mix of fast sweepers and tight technical sections, particularly the infield. PIR has hosted premier events like IndyCar, kart, and Formula E. The event offers PCA Club racers an excellent opportunity to add a new track to the racing schedule. Register online at clubregistration.net.
being able to understand vehicle dynamics. The car balance that you learn in these exercises on the racetrack helps you be such a better driver on the street. And it teaches you invaluable skills of how to control the car if you go into a slide, or if you have to brake suddenly, or a deer jumps out in front of you.
Everybody's goals can be different, and that's all right. It's not our goals, it's what the driver's goals are that are important throughout this event. So if we have somebody who's really anxious, if the goal can be to help them get over the anxiety of being on track, and then for them to have a good time, that's great. I mean, we have 3 rules for our events, right? Be safe, have fun, and learn something in that order. And so safety first, of course, but getting them to have some fun with this helps to reduce the anxiety for a lot of people.
Find out what events are available around the country and how to sign up for them.
And I think a really important thing is PCA's High Performance Driver Education Program is run completely by volunteers. No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you, and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I'm Brian Donati along with Andreas Klav. And Andreas, I tell you what, we saw some really good racing before lunch. I anticipate seeing even just as good racing here this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. It was an exciting morning. If that's anything that foreshadows this afternoon, we're in for a real treat here on the second half of Saturday. Still got 2 more races on sprint number 2, and then we'll move into the last sprint group, and that'll be 4 classes. That'll be the green, yellow, red, and vintage group for the later afternoon here. But we'll still need to finish out the 2 classes in this one.
Yeah, I tell you what, we saw a good run here yesterday by Earl Tucker in that number 24 in that GT3 Cup car. Basically ran away with the field in this. But, you know, in this group here, we have our Sprint Trophy PCA class, right? So our Sprint Trophy is they've got a 4-event championship where competitors secure points over 8 individual races, 2 sprint races each. We did Sebring at the end of January, beginning of February. We're here at Lime Rock. Next, we're going to go to Watkins Glen in July, and then we wrap up that series at Road America in September. So again, these cars here are going to get 2 pace laps here for this group. And as these cars start to warm up these heat in these tires and in these brakes, Andreas, that's really going to help them. You can see them right now out on the front stretch trying to get that launch off the corners and getting as much heat as they can.
Yeah, and we're really going to see that this afternoon, Brian. We've got a few more cameras that'll catch all the angles on the track today. It's going to be really exciting to watch this group as they hit all these corners. There's 7 corners for this 1.5 mile track, and it's going to be really exciting. Some really good racing here. And again, some other names to mention: Russell Farhang having a great day yesterday, and other folks in the GTCA class with Errol Tucker, as I mentioned earlier. He had the best time yesterday at 51.8 on the track. That was actually during qualifying, not during the race. But as we mentioned yesterday, with folks getting settled in, making adjustments overnight, we can bet that those times are going to improve like we saw in the first 2 groups.
Yeah, I tell you what, and one of the things you're really going to watch, and this is kind of what we talked about earlier on, is if you're watching the stream or if you're out over there at West Bend, when you see them climb the top of that hill, you're going to see some of these front noses come off the ground right there. And that's where you have to keep the steering wheel as straight as possible for when that car does plant back down on the ground. You're going to have your hands full as a driver.
Absolutely, Brian. And the conditions here, they've held off. It's been overcast, which has been great for the temperature. It's actually, we're talking to some folks during lunch, it is the ideal time to be out here in Lakeville, Connecticut at Lime Rock. It is warm and ready to go. So as we're looking at the Flagstaff here, we are ready to go green, and we are green.
And the green flag, yep, you're right, is in the air. And we're going to go side by side. Earl Tucker, Joel Johnston, along with Joseph Viola and Colin Mazzola. That's going to be your front 4 as they head down into turn number 1. It does look like it is going to be Earl Tucker that is going to jump out a little bit ahead of, and that is the 262 that has moved up into second place of Joseph Viola. Again, used to seeing Joseph in a blue and a yellow car, not a black and a white car there. So Joseph Viola moving up into second place right now in that GTC 8 class.
We chatted about this a little bit yesterday, Brian. There are 19 drivers in this group. That is a lot of drivers that are going very quick around the track. More than half of these guys and gals yesterday were under a minute on this one, and we'll see the first times coming in. But again, these times are going to start to creep down as we see them first times coming in. Earl Tucker again in the lead there, 55.332. And second, Joseph Viola, same in class, 56.017 and 56.550 for Joel Johnston.
Yeah,
that's in 207 machine.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is actually perfect temperature. Maybe a little bit warmer than what these guys would like to see from an engine capacity, as far as horsepower goes. But with the cloud cover that we have, this is perfect for racing for these larger cars, these GT3 Cup cars, these 992 Cup cars. This is the perfect with the cloud cover. It doesn't bring a lot of heat into the racetrack. It stays pretty cool where they can get the maximum grip as well as the maximum horsepower with these motors.
And looking at the forecast here, just a note, they are calling for there's a slight chance of showers at 2 o'clock Eastern. That's about an hour and a half from now. It will not probably affect this group, but we're hoping. Yeah. I'm hoping. I got both my fingers crossed that it doesn't happen again to us there, Brian.
Now that we're back racing, it won't rain because we've got the vortex going around this 5-mile racetrack.
Yeah, and again, on the surroundings here, we are nestled in the Berkshire Mountains. So again, what you're seeing on the camera is exactly how it is here. It is ideal. This is the perfect conditions, and it's completely scenic. It's tucked away into these mountains, so you sort of have a natural bowl effect of where this track is situated. Great place to be.
Yeah, I tell you what, and you can tell if you're sitting out there and you're watching and you're like, okay, well, which cars are in the Sprint Trophy class? Well, if you look on the side of the wings that they have, and again, those are the 991.2, which is last year's generation, and the 992.1, which is the current generation. Those are going to be the cars that are in our STG class, and you'll see those because they'll have the yellow wings, kind of the golden mustard wings on the side of the wings, and then in our STC, which is our Cayman GT4 Club Sports, specifically the RS Club Sports, that's the current generation, and some are still racing the Club Sport, which is last generation. You'll see those will be kind of the neon yellow side pod wings on the cars as they go by. So if you're sitting out there and you're watching and you're listening to us and you want to know which cars are in that Sprint Trophy class that is trying to get points for the national championship there, again, that's how you can tell the determining factor of some of these other Cup cars that are in either GTC 8 or even STC or even GT3.
And some early times here. Earl Tucker, as you mentioned earlier, Brian, he's leading GTC 8 Series with Joseph Villa right behind him, 2 seconds behind there in the 262 car. And then rounding out the top 357, John Gatz with the best time of 52.918. And he's about 4.5 seconds behind Earl Tucker there.
Tell you what, coming down into the screen right now, that is the battle in STC. That's Peter Habestad, who was your winner yesterday in the 176 in that red, white, and blue Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, racing against Connor Hare in the 182. That's the blue Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. They were going to go side by side. Connor Hare got a great run out of turn 7 last time by and was able to put a little bit of pressure there on Peter Habestad. It was 6/100ths of a second at the line last time. So again, Peter Habestad in that red, white, and blue number 176 and Connor Hare in that blue number 182.
Yeah, in terms of in class, that is the tightest we've seen today. We saw the other race finish with Eric Liu. That was about an 0.8 of a second. This is 0.6 of a second. So it's a neck and neck here early on with Connor Hare and Peter Habestad.
Yeah, I tell you what, Peter picked up the win yesterday. Connor now has gotten around him on this lap here, and he's opened it up by about 1.5 seconds. So again, still plenty enough time for Peter to go ahead and reel Connor in as this race progresses. But I'll tell you what, again, Peter Habestad's been kind of the class of the field here in this STC class as part of the Sprint Trophy.
Other drivers to note early on, we talked about this yesterday, Brian, there, number 53, Rami Farid, having a great showing so far. His best time, 54.189 around the track, and that's competing with Dave Peterman in the GT3 series.
Pretty good battle on track right now between John Getz and Joel Johnson. Joel Johnson, who's leading in our Sprint Trophy G class there. John Getz in that number 57 in that GTC 8 category. Again, John sitting in third in GTC 8 with Earl Tucker leading over Joseph Viola by about 5 seconds. So Earl Tucker again opening up that gap just as he did yesterday in that class. Also, you've got in STG Griffin Fuji, who is about 1.5 seconds behind Joel Johnson, again battling with John Getz there. That is allowing Griffin Fuji to close the battle a little bit as they come out of turn number 7. Again, Griffin Fuji in the green and black teal colored car just now going down into turn 1. That's the third car in your screen right there. Joel Johnson is that red machine up in front. So again, Griffin Fuji trying to run down Joel Johnson for that STG.
And Brian, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. The new asphalt on Big Bend, it doesn't really seem like it's affecting them much today. So they may have made some adjustments to correct for that new asphalt on the track.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're right. We did. We talked about that yesterday with some of that new asphalt. Drivers, again, during warm-ups yesterday in the morning and then mid-afternoon before we came on for qualifying, was really struggling a little bit with the handling of that car. And you're right. I think they take that into consideration with their handling and their setups more than likely could be that they ended up where, you make that change and maybe it's a little bit harder on the brakes or not coming off or getting on the throttle not as hard to not to upset the car.
Another thing we mentioned as well is with the dirt, as soon as the tire makes contact, you do see a big explosion of dirt over there that was on the end. And that could be because the conditions are drying out a little bit with the heat. And again, it's not too hot as it was yesterday because of the cloud cover. Certainly things did dry out, but notice that's a little bit more from earlier.
Well, I noticed that during lunch, I was watching some of the cameras, and they put some water around some of the spots where some of the dirt would be, just to kind of settle it down just a little bit. And I thought, man, I really hope we get the water on the asphalt side before these cars come out. I could see if it was, some of the others, and obviously water is no good. All these drivers are out on slicks anyway. And you're right, you get a tire that's got some heat in it, and you get on a little bit of that dirt, it will sling the car around a little bit. As we look at some of our other classes that are out there in the GTC3, Steve Katz is leading Timothy Lynn in that 708 machine in GTC3. In GTD3, we have Rami Farid and David Peterman. Rami Farid's opened up about an almost 18-second gap over David Peterman in that number 52 machine. Rami Farid kind of sitting right now currently in 10th overall.
We talked about Earl Tucker, the fourth there yesterday, Brian, and his best time now, 52.295. So he still is the reigning time, at least for today. We expect to see that with this group.
Yeah, and as this race goes on, again, just under 20 minutes, roughly close to that 20-minute mark. This is where you're going to see where Earl is going to get into some traffic here. We got one car that has just gone off there, just out of our camera, came through on the replay there. We'll pick up see who that was. I'm not sure if that was the 270. So that was actually Griffin Fuji. So unfortunately, I put the announcer's curse on Griffin. You talk about him, and then he goes off in the track. I do believe he was able to get back on and continue. Thought I saw him go back by the last time. So again, maybe just a little bit of off there on that portion of the racetrack.
Yeah, no caution out there. They're going to let them drive with Fuji coming back on there. Griffin Fuji, correction.
Yeah, Griffin Fuji just now going by the start-finish line, coming down into turn number 1 right there. A little bit further back, right in front of Stephen DiPaolo in that 244 orange 992 Cup car. Stephen is in our GTC 8 category, and right now sitting in 6th position in that class there.
Top 3 in GTC 8 still holding as it was earlier on in this race with Tucker the 4th, Viola and Gatz in the top 3 there for GTC 8.
Yeah, we saw Earl Tucker yesterday, as I mentioned, pretty much dominate this field yesterday. And I have not seen Earl run that car this year. I don't remember seeing him at Sebring or at earlier on watching some of the other stuff there. So this is my first time seeing him. That car looks pretty strong here at Lime Rock.
That's right, Brian. They have tuned this machine perfectly for this. Again, the timing is very close. From what we saw yesterday in Tucker's machine. Again, 52.295, that's pretty much the time we've seen best today, and that was pretty much consistent with yesterday. But again, on that qualifying lap, Tucker the 4th, that 51.8 time still reigns supreme for this weekend's races.
We talked about that STC battle. Again, that's in our Sprint Trophy Cayman class. Connor Hare leading that over Peter Habestad. Again, Peter picking up the win yesterday. Connor trying to hold him off, pick up that win today. So when we come back later on, it'll be the battle at 1-1 in that class there. Let's see who gets the best of that group.
That's right. Connor Hare getting a little bit of separation with Peter Habstad. That gap is about almost closing in on 6 seconds there. So control lead for Connor Hare about halfway through here.
Yeah, Peter Habstad under heavy, heavy from David Peterman in that 52. Again, that's not for a battle in class, but that is a battle on the racetrack. David Peterman looking really, really strong in that GTD3 class early on, and they're still quite a bit back from Rami Farid. But David Peterman doing a really good job here as our overall leader, Earl Tucker, crosses the start-finish line to complete lap number 14 with just about 17 and a half minutes left to go here. So making pretty good time.
That's right. And it seems like Griffin Fuji has slightly recovered some time and trying to catch up with Russell Farhang. He's now sitting in third in that class, the SEG class. Joel Johnson with a comfortable lead over a little bit over 4 seconds there over Russell Farhang to keep first in class there in the number 207 machine.
You take a look at this, we were just looking there at the, kind of the no-name straight coming out of there, getting into that entry. There's some new asphalt there too. That has a little bit to play with upsetting some of that, some of those cars as well. So you got to kind of maneuver around a little bit. I'll tell you what, Andreas, why don't we do this? We're just right around 16 and a half minutes. Let's make our first call to the grid for our next group. First call, Vintage Purple Group to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 2. First call, Vintage and Purple Group for your sprint race number 2 to the grid. With that, Andreas, why don't we do this as well? Why don't we go ahead and we take some partners and sponsors. Go ahead and we'll come back and we'll pick up the end of this race and we'll pick up where we are in that Sprint Trophy category. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Regional Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
East of New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discounted checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
And welcome back here to Lime Rock Park here for the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And Andreas, during that break, I was watching a little bit here on the screens here, taking a look at Steve Apollo trying to make a pass on John Coster. Steve DiPaolo in that orange 992 Cup car, trying to make that pass on the black and gold of John Coster, that 573. DiPaolo tried to make a move going down into turn 1. Didn't look like he was going to make that stick here. Coming out of turn number 7 now, heading down the front stretch. What that's allowed is we saw Griffin Fuji have that spin, or that off a little bit there. Right there, you can see now Griffin Fuji in a battle with those other 2 drivers as well. Stephen DiPaolo still not able to get by John Coster as they head down through turn 1.
Yeah, that's a great observation there, Brian. Griffin Fuji, after that spin out earlier on, again, they did not put out the caution. That was the common theme for this morning. I think we might have broke the curse there, Brian, and not, at least for now, hasn't been out there. But he's gaining some ground. He's about 6 seconds behind Russell Farhang, maybe a little bit under there. And that was earlier on before we took the break. That was about 10 to 15 seconds. So Griffin Fuji making up a little bit of ground in Russell Farhang, and we'll see how that plays out in the last third of this race.
Tell you what, I was looking at, you talk about Russell Farhang in that STG class, and then you have Colin Mazzola. Well, Farhang now has gotten by Colin Mazzola, and now Steve DiPaolo has gotten around John Coster as well as Griffin Fuji. Right there in your screen, we got one car that went off in turn number 1. I'm not sure the number. I'll look out here on the window to see. I believe that may have been, I don't believe that's the John Getz machine. That may have been David Peterman in the 52 in that GTD3 car. In that.
Yeah, and you can see all that dust kicked up, at least from the tower here, from turn 1 into turn 2 through Big Bend, and a lot of that's clearing. So that makes for an interesting, when you're coming down Samposi Straight into turn 1, you're seeing all that dust. As you're driving the machine, you're wondering what you're gonna encounter around the bend. Thankfully, no caution flag there.
Yeah, no, and I do believe that was David Peterman that went off there as he's falling back into the clutches now, going a lap down to Stephen DiPaolo and Colin Mazzola as well. He was already that lap down, but he was ahead of them further from the overall leader, just not able to hold on to that. So David Peterman back underway there. And it looks like he's gotten everything off those tires. So that car seems to be pretty quickly back again.
I was talking about that earlier there, Brian. Griffin Fuji now within 8 seconds of Russell Farhang. So a little bit of a gap. It was 10 seconds when we came back from the break. It was around 15 before that. So Griffin Fuji making up a little bit of time there to catch up with Russell Farhang. That's a very interesting storyline for this race.
Yeah. Tell you what, why don't we go ahead and we'll make a second call to our next group. That way we can get them going on up there into the grid. Attention in the paddock. Second call for Vintage Purple Group. Second call for Vintage Purple Group. To the grid, please, for your sprint race number 2. As we look at some of the class battles going on here, Ramir Farid's got about a lap over David Peterman. We were just talking about it in our GTC3 class there. Steve Katz has got about a 40-second lead over Timothy Lynn for that battle in GT3. In our STC, and we were talking about that earlier, with Connor Hare and Peter Happenstad. Connor Hare now has opened it up to 9.4 seconds over Peter Happenstad, who was your winner in that class yesterday. Earl Tucker is your overall leader. He's leading right now currently in that GTC 8 over Joseph Viola by about 4.5 seconds, and then another 6 seconds back to John Getz, and then another second back to Colin Mazzola in that. In our STG, the 207 there of Joel Johnston, the red multicolored 992 Cup car, is leading that. He's got about a 6-second lead over Russell Farhang, and as you were talking about, Andreas, it's about 20 seconds back now to Griffin Fuji in our third place in STG. To Joel Johnston, but about a 8-second lead over him to catch Russell Farhang.
Yeah, earlier on, Connor Hare and Peter Happenstad were pretty close neck and neck. That gap is now over 10 seconds on the STC class there, and that's the Sports Show Cayman class. Rounding out that class is number 121, Doug Lawson. He's in the 2024 7118 Cayman.
Also like to thank our partners for coming on for this this race group here. Yokohama Tire and hub stands. Hub stand system, the racer proven from everywhere from club racing all the way up to IMSA and SRO. So we thank them for coming on board for this race group here this afternoon.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, Brian. Without our local sponsors, our regional sponsors, and the national sponsors, we could not hold this today. So immense thank you to all of them for their support of this race. It allows us to keep doing it for 34 years running.
Sure, absolutely. Also, another message here is just don't forget that if you have won one of their trophies, to pick them up in the Skip Barber Tower on the second floor. You and I will not have their trophies.
We will not.
We're taking all the trophies.
We're also going to head over to Peekskill for HQ Racing.
That's right. Tell you what, that may happen later this afternoon with me. They're only about 50 miles out. We get done here, wrap up, and go over there for the night. Take those new Sodi carts. Sodi carts are becoming the biggest in America again out there. So.
Again, the best time there, Earl Tucker. He just got another fast lap again there, 52.295. That is his best lap thus far. That's the best lap of today. He's not going to touch his record from yesterday, at least for this race. Doesn't look like there, Brian. But he does have a comfortable lead over Joseph Viola there, about a little bit under a 6-second gap. Viola getting a little bit of ground from where it was earlier on. And the top three there pretty well set from the get-go here. Number 57, John Getz. Fourth and fifth, you have Colin Mazzola in the 251 machine. And number 244, Stephen DiApollo. He's in fifth overall in class.
Yeah, we'll have to pick up and find out where Earl Tucker is. Looking at his lap times over the last couple of laps again. Maybe in some traffic in that silver GT3 Cup car. Number 24, because the times have gone anywhere from that 52-second bracket all the way up to 54, almost right to 55. I believe that's him coming off of turn number 7 now, heading down the front stretch, putting a lap on Timothy Lynn in that 7:08 machine. So looks like he may have had some hold up there over the last couple of laps, but seems to have gotten around that and gone through. One car going really wide coming off of turn number 7, kind of getting off all the way over to driver's right. That's Michael Vietz in the 22 machine. Again, getting out of the way of our overall leaders. He had Joel Johnson and John Getz coming up behind him, so thought better of it, moved all the way over driver's right.
Hey, talking a little bit about Tucker, the fourth there. I mentioned his qualifying time. Very great, very good, 51.8. Yesterday's sprint race, his best time was 52.360, so he shaved off about a tenth of a second for his lap today. It's going to be hard to beat there, Brian.
Comes back around one more time. You can see things starting to get spread out here when we look down through, some of the gaps that we see within some of these. Everything seems to materialize already. Again, just right around 4.5 minutes left to go in this race. Times start to materialize, tires start to wear off. We talked about tire degradation yesterday a little bit. Unfortunately, didn't really see that because of, unfortunately we had shorter races. Now our races, we're going the full 30 minutes. You will start to see that as the race goes on.
Yeah, we might have seen that on the earlier races there, Brian, with some changing and positioning within the last 2 minutes of the race. When you have that 30-minute stretch, it does make for an interesting strategy, especially when you haven't even had a caution flag either.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers, they go into the mindset, it's green to checker, right? That's really what you want.
Right.
And these teams set those cars up for that. They don't anticipate, a full course caution, so it's completely set up to run that. But again, fuel starts to burn off, tires start to wear off. We've got new asphalt in certain parts of this racetrack that also comes into play within this. So you get drivers that will do everything they can to take it easy and go through, as we've got Connor Hare slowing down to let Stephen DiPaolo and Colin Mazzola, actually it was Griffin Fuji that went by him coming out of turn number 7. And I tell you what, he thought better of it, got completely out of the way there coming off of turn number 7. what, we've got about 3 minutes left to go in this race. Let's make one final call for our next group. Final call. Please for your sprint race number 2. Final call. Vintage and purple group to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 2. Again, coming out of turn number 7, Griffin Fuji fighting back from his off earlier on now is going to go by Stephen DiPaolo going down into turn number 1. Griffin Fuji in that teal and black 992 Cup car. Stephen DiPaolo. Fuji got all the way over driver's left, got that left rear into that dirt coming off of turn 7, just scraped it ever so slightly, but had just enough power to get by Stephen DiPaolo. Stephen has tried to holding him off in the last several laps.
Yeah, and with about 2 minutes to go, that gap between Farhang and Fuji, I've been talking about that throughout this race. That is about 12 seconds now, so it's looking like Farhang pretty settled in second place in class with Griffin Fuji there, not able to overcome the earlier issue in the race. Tom Burke, in number 4 in the class, he's in the 277 machine. His best lap, 53.969.
It's going to be hard to catch Russell. Again, Griffin trying to, spending that time trying to get caught back up from when he had that off. But Russell Farhang is in a great battle with John Getz in that purple and silver 992 Cup car. Russell Farhang in that 212, another black and teal 992 Cup car. Last time they came out of turn 7 and down by the start and finish line, Farhang was 0.2 of a second, but it was a lot closer than that than timing, as Russell got a really good run off of turn number 7 to head down the San Posey Straight down into turn number 1. I'll tell you what, look for him to make that move as they come now out of turn number 7 and head down that San Posey Straight. Move Russell Farhang into 4th place overall, 2nd in STG, and getting around John Getz in that GTC machine. Right there on your screen there, you can see John Getz now falling back by about 3-4 car lengths as they start to, Russell Farhang starting to open it up. And again, that goes back to what I'm saying. Now you've got fuel burning off, you've got tires going off John Getz's car, just not handling, looking as good as it did earlier on in this race.
And we're getting the indication we are on the last lap of this race. So with under a minute to go on this race, most racers here on the last lap here.
Yeah, as our leader Earl Tucker now is doing his last final lap and everybody else behind. So our top 5, top 6 cars now coming by the start finish line. So this race winding up really, really quickly. So Earl Tucker in that silver GT3 Cup car, number 24, working the last lap among this group. Griffin Fuji by the start-finish line. Stephen DiPaolo now by the start-finish line. So we should anticipate seeing that silver number 24 coming out of turn number 7. He had about a 7-second lead over Joseph Viola in that number 262 machine. And I do believe I see him coming by the start-finish line now. Going to pull up right in behind Rami Farid. So Rami Farid's going to get another lap. That was 11th overall. So Earl Tucker picking up the win. Joseph Viola going to finish 2nd in GTC 8. Joel Johnson's going to pick up the win in STG. He's going to finish 3rd overall. Russell Farhang going to finish 2nd in STG. 3 seconds behind Joel Johnson, with John Getz going to pick up the last podium spot in GTC 8. And a lot of our other drivers now coming across the start-finish line. We'll give you a full field rundown by class as our last couple of cars come by the start-finish line here momentarily. Good run by a couple of them. We talked about Tom Burke as well in that SGT class. Last couple of cars. Here comes Rami Farid. He will be the last car that will take the checkered flag. So why don't I do this? Why don't I go ahead and give us a full field rundown by class. In GTD3, we just talked about him. In that number 53, Rami Farid's going to pick up the win over David Biederman. In GTC3, Steve Katz in that 113 in that white 996 Cup car. Good run by Steven. He's going to pick up the win over Timothy Lyon, and then Ken Abernat in the 333 is going to finish in third. In our STC, Connor Hare is going to pick up the win over Peter Havestad, with Doug Lawson following in third. In our GTC 8, Earl Tucker, as we mentioned, our overall winner and your winner in GTC 8, followed by Joseph Viola in the 262 and John Getz in the 57. In our STG, Joel Johnson's going to pick up the win. Russell Farhang is going to finish second in the 212, with Griffin Fuji in the 270 machine going to take the last podium spot in SGG. Well, that's going to wrap it up here for our first race of the day for our red group. They'll be back later on this afternoon, roughly around 2:50. But I tell you what, let's go ahead. We'll thank some partners and sponsors. We'll take a break and we'll come back, and we have a special guest for our next race with our Vintage and Purple group. You're watching the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss this chance to come back, improve your times, and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Brabham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make the Clash at the Glen one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. Join us from July 10th through 12th and bring your friends. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and a 65-minute endurance race, along with an advanced LODE run group. Register online at clubregistration.net.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
The Great Plains region will be hosting your 32nd Carrera GT Club race at Motorsports Park Hastings in Hastings, Nebraska, June 19th through 21st. The events of the club race are not just for racers. This action-packed weekend has a DE for advanced drivers and a wonderful Saturday night social. All GPR club members are invited to attend and experience the high-level racing. Drive in the DE or attend the social. The drive is just a bit over 2 hours from Omaha to MPH, and it goes pretty quick when you're cruising in a Porsche. The sights and sounds of a club race are thrilling. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
And welcome back to the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America Racing at the Rock. I am Brian Donati along with Andreas Andreas Cloud, and we've got a special guest that we'll bring in here in a moment. We really want to bring him in and talk about, especially with this 911 Cup, battle. And Andreas, you and I have talked about it, and I've seen this a bunch. And our guest that we're going to bring in here, he's seen it a bunch as well. This group always races to the very, very end, and these races are close almost to the last corner, down to the start-finish line. Brett, I'm going to ask you to pronounce your name. I know I just asked that from you again, but I'm going to make sure you do it because I don't want to do it again. So give us the last name.
Constantino.
Okay, very
All right,
good.
Fred Constantino.
There
yes,
we go.
Pleasure being here.
Tell you what, welcome to the broadcast. I'll tell you what, you and I were just talking earlier, we were talking about this morning as well with the 911 Cup group. This is a great group of drivers that we have seen amongst a whole lot of different races over the last year that we've been covering these, and they come down to the end, and we're getting ready to go green here. But really quickly, talk a little bit about, actually, you know what, let's pick this up after they go green. We get to
Sure thing.
number one, because that's really where it's going to get interesting. As our green flag is out in the air, we are racing with our vintage purple group. And gentlemen, I can already see it now. We're going 3-4 wide down into turn number one, down into Big Bend. It's called Big Bend for a reason, but it does narrow up. So you've got to make sure you get in line quickly.
Yeah, Brian, and early on we talked about this yesterday, especially in the early part of this broadcast. Justin Jacobs in the number 752 car had a little issues yesterday, but now he's got an early start this year. Number 66, Claudio Kemp in the GT4 class.
I'll tell you what, Claudio picked up the win yesterday in a pretty dominating fashion. Actually, went an extra lap. We won't tell nobody. I'm sure everybody saw it, but went that extra lap. But Fred, talk to us a little bit about this 911 Cup and in this group here as well, because we have seen a lot of these drivers, overall.
Yep, so I'm a former driver. I'm on sabbatical right now, former driver of the 911 Cup Series or class. And what we're looking at here is a bigger run group of all types of vintage 911s. They're older cars, but there is a specific class in here called 911 Cup. I think there's 10 of them. What's interesting about this class is that it's a spec envelope class with very few choices that drivers can make to make their car better or give an edge to the car and so forth. It makes for very, very tight driving and racing. And then if you look at the the top 6-7 drivers in this class, they're all pretty much equally matched. So it actually brings some sparks, especially at Lime Rock, because of the short distance of this track and the fact that you go around it 21 times. So, and there's two guys on track today who I know well. I believe yesterday they already touched a little bit. Would not be surprised that those two guys are going to give us a show again this afternoon.
Thanks, Fred. Yeah, we definitely enjoyed it from up here in the tower. So a little bit about that. And Fred, how many years have you raced at Lime Rock? Can you give us some perspective of what it's like to actually be on the wheel? And then when are you coming back? Because you say you're in sabbatical. That means you're going to come back at some point, right?
Trying to come back. I've been on sabbatical since 2023, right? Financial obligations elsewhere and so forth. Trying to come back next year. I would rather be on track right now than be in the booth with you guys, but you're awesome.
But we would rather you be on the track as well, because that adds another drive.
Yeah,
again, not that you're not up to it, but I would much rather you be out on the racetrack because again, that's something that I think we all go through at some point in time, want to be out there.
So just to answer your question about Lime Rock and these cars, what's cool is that Lime Rock, unlike some other tracks, doesn't have a hard braking zone that you could actually leverage to correct mistakes that you've made in some maybe more flowy turns. This is all flow, so you cannot really make mistakes if you want to stay grouped. And that makes for close racing. And this is what makes racing at Lime Rock so unique with these cars. These cars are not 500 horsepower. They tend to be more in the 220, 225 range. So you got to keep the flow going, and the better drivers tend to stay on top here.
Yeah, we chatted about that. There's 22 out here right now. We saw upwards of 30 on some of the other groups yesterday. So this is great to see for this club race. And we talked about it during the lunch break. A lot of drivers favoring being out here in June as opposed to April, which is the historical time. We'll see if we can get back here again. It's great to see with how many drivers we're having out here. Thanks for that perspective, Fred.
Yeah, that group, like I said, always, really comes down to the last couple corners, and just as you talked about it, it's really in the driver's hands at that point. Jason Nikic always on top. Del Rey always on top. Even Dwayne Moses. I know you've got Alex Farragut now, still kind of new to the group in there as well. Not seeing her out. I saw them working on the car earlier this morning over there. Had some issues yesterday afternoon, but again, a newer driver coming in, ran 944s for years, moving up into that group there as well. So it really brings a lot of the drivers together. And talking with Eugene last year when we were at Sunday Point in West Virginia, it is one big family.
It really is, and I was surprised to see just 2 new racers this year. Ben Wallace, I think he was a former C7, Porsche Cup cars racer, and then Justin Crum. I think he's new to this year, and it's good to see for the class.
Yeah.
I know Dwayne quite well. Dwayne has brought his backup car here today. I think he would have liked to bring his primary car, but I think he had a transmission snafu following the last race at Mosport. We'd probably see him way higher in the order right now.
Yeah, I was looking through some of the finishes and some of the classes at Mosport back in May, and I believe you had Dwayne, I think, finished first in the 911 Cup there in one of those events there. So yeah, I think didn't seem like that car was up to full song yesterday. So.
And some early results here in the 911 Cup. Jason Nikic in number 27 car. He is the leader, very, very, very close in the 2-1 machine. Lee Lasberg right behind him in number 3 in class. Number 23, Eugene Basha.
And just as we spoke about Dwayne Moses, we put the announcer's curse on somebody else. Just pulled it down the pit lane. So looks like that race today, for right now, is going to be done. He still has one more chance to come back later this afternoon.
And then VGTO class, the 9752 car, Justin Jacobs still leading there. Charles Mayer right behind him in the number 171 car. Donald Jacobs, number 51 car behind them as well in the top 3 to round out there in that class.
Yeah, you were talking about Justin Jacobs. Really got a good start now. Kind of falling back a little bit. Jim Scott, who we saw pull off yesterday in that afternoon race a little earlier than expected, and did well, especially in that VO Plus. Claudio Kemp again in that GT4 machine, moving up to the top spot here overall. And then we look at, like I said, Justin Jacobs in that VGTO. Currently your early leader with Charles Mayer in the 171, just about 3.5 seconds back from him. The driver that had a good run yesterday afternoon in the race, kind of fell back early there, Fred, was Del Rey, and Del really picked up the pace the second half. And again, these guys, it went from a 20-minute race down to like a 16-minute race, down to a 12-minute race. And I think he had some radio communication from the team, because all of a sudden he picked up that pace and just took off and was able to run everybody down after that.
He's extremely fast, and he is a Lime Rock expert, right? And a really, really good racer, Del Rey. Yeah, for sure. Not surprising.
Well, we definitely got a really good battle, and as I've been mentioning this, and as you just talked about it as well, in that 911 Cup, Jason Nikic is your early leader there. Lee Lasberg sitting in second by about 2 seconds behind there. Then you've got Eugene Basha and Del Rey. They're within a second to 2/10 of each other right there. Coming off of turn number 7 now, headed down the Sam Posey Straight, getting ready to come by our window. There you can see Del Rey and Eugene Basha. Looks like Del Rey is going to try to take Eugene Basha all the way to driver's right, try to make that pass over Lee Lasberg. So again, almost 3 wide going into turn number 1. Now it makes you want you to be back in that car even more to be a part
Well,
of that.
that's also helping Jason Nikic get away with it now, right?
Correct.
But,
right.
yeah.
Yep.
going to hear about it later today over beers. Yep.
Yeah, you start to get into that battle, and then what ends up happening is that it most definitely takes that leader and pushes that leader all the way out. And then when you're trying to battle.
Fred, could you chat, and how many years have you been racing with the PCA, Fred, there? What's your resume there?
I started in 2007, raced until 2014, took a break for family reasons, came back in 2019, and I've been out of it since the middle of 2023. So, good amount of experience. Pretty happy with, all the friends I made. The camaraderie is amazing, and then these aren't the 911 cars are the only cars I know in PCA. Just love the class. Lots of fun all around, and that's why it's also kind of a bit of a darling of a class in PCA, right? Like people love the cars. People love to know like what it is to get in this class, blah blah blah. And that's why you're seeing like new racers every year jump in it.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this last year, Brian. The difference in condition year over year. This was about April when this race is historically held. We had tons of different types of rain, and then it got sunny again. So there's all sorts of tire management strategy. What have you seen here at Lime Rock? I mean, it could snow in April here. If this race moves to June, it's a completely different race. But what have you experienced here, and what types of conditions are we seeing here, and what's going through the drivers' heads, especially for a 30-minute race?
So it's the first time I come to this track where it's actually more than 75 degrees. It's hot today. Normally the race is held in conditions that are a lot cooler. As I said, I've been here where it's snowing. It was snowing in the paddock, right? And it delayed the proceedings. I would say that for the cars that you see on track and the types of tires they're running, they would run faster times if the weather was cooler, the temperature was cooler outside, right? So I can only imagine with this repave and looking at the times they're running, how fast this track would be in cooler weather.
Absolutely.
The track records would get shattered. So.
Yeah, and the way we structured this, and this race used to be all the racing was done on Saturday. We've split it out, and that certainly allows for some adjustments. We've seen some improvements in time from yesterday. First group. Now we're in the second sprint here. So, yeah, that's consistent with what we've been seeing.
This race actually used to be called the Twin Sprint Rumble way back, right? This PCA weekend. And now I guess it's the Triple Sprint Rumble because now the organizers have squeezed the race on Friday, which is great.
Yeah. So it's an interesting condition that you mentioned that you've been racing in all types of conditions here. Again, where we'll be after the race here, what we ultimately decide if this is done consistently in June. A lot of fans for that, and we had a great turnout. We were up to about 110 racers, which is great to see after some lulls after COVID. We've seen a steady increase in numbers. So you're certainly speaking about the experience in PCA certainly helps that, Fred. So thank you for that.
Tell you what, we're sitting here looking at on the screen here that we're seeing a really good battle, and it's not a battle for class, but it is for position on the racetrack here. That's Jared Jacobs in the 153, one of those 911 Cup, not in the 911 Cup class, but it is one of the 911s. And then Ben Wallace, who is in that 911 Cup, and then Justin Crum, as you were just talking about, Fred, believing a new driver there, putting a lot of pressure on both of those drivers coming off of, down the bottom of the hill, coming out of turn number 7 right now, where Jared's leading them. But I tell you what, they've been kind of going nose to tail pretty much the entire session since it started, once everybody started to get spread out.
Fred, we were chatting earlier about coming off the no-name straight and getting a little bit of air out the uphill. Can you talk a little bit about that experience that is known here at Lime Rock? How do you go with that coming on your machine? How do you manage that?
So to get a really fast lap in those momentum cars, right? There's no late braking or late apexing that turn. You have to really commit to it and carry as much speed as possible as you go uphill. Again, you don't have 500 horsepower in this car, so you need to keep the momentum. The key is to keep the wheel straight once you reach the crest, because you're going to end up in the wall, or you're going to cause a pileup behind you because you're going to lose control and people are going to slam the brakes. It's really tricky. I would say it would be probably a lot scarier in the higher horsepower cars, like, you know, the red here, like the 992 Cup cars. I don't know how they do it, but even with these cars, it could be frightening.
Well, gentlemen, tell you what, we're getting ready to come up on our break here on the side, but I tell you what, before we do that, let's go ahead and make our first call to the grid for our next group. To the grid, please. Your sprint race number 3. First call, green group to the grid, please. With that being said, let's go ahead and take a break here. We'll thank some partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll pick up the rest of this action in this race, and we'll continue it. So we'll be right back. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rack. We'll be right back.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Brake Rouse. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual CVR Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And gentlemen, we put the announcer's curse on it, Andreas, as we were talking about it. I do believe we have a car down into turn number 1, right there in Big Bend, just outside of our camera view, that has gone off that they needed to pick up there. We'll get the number once we determine who that is, but we are now under a full course caution here with about 11 and a half minutes left to go. And right as we were getting ready to come back from commercial, Fred, you and I were just sitting there. I stood up, you started pointing. We may have had that pass with Del Rey over Jason in that 911 Cup battle?
They've been running, the top 3 cars have been running within a second total of each other. So that's what we kind of predicted at the beginning. Del tried to put a nice outside pass at Big Ben on Jason. It's a risky move, but looks like they've survived it. Hopefully they give us a little more of that after the yellow subsides. Unless we end the race under yellow, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't really see what's going on. I do know that they have the car, possibly they are clearing out down there, I believe. So hopefully we can go one more lap and get the car out. I do believe we did. I don't see anything else down there. It looks like they've all left that scene. So whatever it was has definitely taken care of itself. It looks like all our emergency vehicles are heading back to their home spots. So we may be able to go back green. So yeah, Fred, I hope that we do see that. I don't think that that Del Rey was able to make that pass before
He did not.
that double yellow came out, and Jason was able to hold him off there going on the inside. So.
Yeah, and we have about a little bit over 9 minutes left on this race, so still plenty to go. I expect us to go green very, very shortly there. There'll still be plenty of time to see some more action on this group.
Yeah, I mean, you're a little bit of a recap here. Claudio Kemp in the 66 machine leading overall, as well as in the GT4 category. Justin Jacobs in that VGTO in that 914 and number 752 leading that group. And then you have Jim Scott in the VO Plus category in that 85. That's another 911. And then Charles Mayer, that's your top 5 in those categories as well, along with Rich Bello a little bit further back. So again, all these cars now are going to be all nose to tail. And again, if we see anything what we did on the start, gentlemen, this restart eventually, once we get to this restart, is going to be one heck of a restart. This looks like we are going to go one more lap around. I do see one other service vehicle down there in turn 1. It's kind of hard to see with the flags and the trees that we have. Of all times, you don't have the leads there, and it does look like, oh, there they go, and they are pulling that car now. Is that the Paul Amico machine? I thought I saw Paul go by me, so out the window, but I'm not seeing it. We'll see here. I can't tell if that's a blue or a green car. Is that the Paul Amico?
That is a blue one there, Brian.
Is that a blue one? That may be the Jeffrey Nieblom machine. Oh yeah, and he's got some front end damage there. That is the 249 of Jeff Nieblom in that Carrera 911. So unfortunately for Jeff, looks like his afternoon and weekend is more than likely going to be over with what the damage is that we saw over there. So hopefully we get the lights turned out here as they come up on top of the hill. Now it looks like that machine has been moved out, although we do see another, there is still a worker down there, so there may have been some tire wall damage that needs to be repaired pretty quickly before we can go back green racing. But right now we're right around the 7.5 minute mark, so hopefully we can get that get them cleaned up down there, so we can definitely go back. Fred, talk about that as a driver. Talk about that as a driver real quick. You're racing, you're getting ready to make the pass, just as we were talking about with Del Rey, and then all of a sudden you go to that full course caution, and then now you have to kind of regroup yourself back up. How do I go make that pass again?
In the situation they were in, where everybody's bunched up, this is great, right? Everybody's chilling, and the only thing that you're hoping for is that there's going to be enough race time for you guys to continue racing. These double yellows are really annoying when you have a, significant lead on someone else and you worked really hard to build that gap, and then you're all bunched up again. That's terrible, right? So I think these guys are now chilling right now. Nobody thinks they have this done, right? It's all for play right now. So that's the way I would feel in their situation.
Knowing where you had the opportunity in that situation, because Dell gets a great run off of turn 7, come down the San Posey straight. And again, you talk about that when you have a large lead like that, and then all of a sudden you start to get chased down, maybe you get to a double yellow. Do you know where you want to make that pass? Do you try to set your competitor up to make a pass in a certain part, especially here at Lime Rock?
At Lime Rock, you have to make that. You have to make the preparation for the pass that you're going to make at Big Bend. You have to make the preparation coming down the hill, right? This is where, in this case, Dell has to start thinking about it. You need a really significant run on Jason in order to get this pass done, because Jason is always going to protect the inside. So making this pass is going to be really, really hard from the outside. He needs to clear Jason completely to get the inside line when it's time to take the turn. So, and this starts in the downhill. And hopefully, like, they announced the green.
Well, the lights are out. So
the lights are out.
Ready to go back to green racing here right now, and we are back to green racing. So again, that pass, and it doesn't look like the 050 there really was sitting up south. Richard Shorta didn't go anywhere, and so we've got a lot of cars trying to work their way around him as they head down into Big Bend into turn 1. He either missed a shift or just did not get the start that he needed, because he kind of bottlenecked that whole side going through there, but it does look like he is back under power now. But again, you've got Jason Nickich there side by side with the 51 of Donald Jacobs. That's allowing Del Rey to get back in there. And I think we may have somebody who has expired an engine right through there, and we'll have to keep an eye on that car. That is going to be tough. We'll see whether or not that car continues through there. Definitely there, but that does look like an expired motor there, gentlemen. And I believe that may be, is that Chris Busasante in the 16 machine coming down pit road now. We'll see if that's who that is, but I'm almost positive that's who it was, because it was right up in front of the overall leaders.
Yeah, that would be tough there. That would be a tough break, Brian, leading that class. We'll catch that number as he's coming down pit road here.
Actually,
just under 4 minutes.
Machine. Sorry. That's Rich Bellow in the 91 machine that that engine, I believe, has terminated.
That'll just leave Jim Scott remaining for the BO Plus class, number 85, Jim Scott.
You know, Fred, just as that was happening, we were sitting there talking about it. We were talking about Jason Nickich and Del Rey. They were side by side when they come across the start-finish line.
Now you have Ben Wallace who just spun.
It's on the uphill entry there.
I'm wondering if maybe there is some fluid down right there in that spot. We're going to have to, we'll see as we come through here.
He was able to recover pretty quickly there.
Yeah, 1-2 cars going kind of side by side there up through the uphill. We'll see whether or not when they come down the hill and come through. Everybody does seem to be tiptoeing. So, gentlemen, I'm wondering if there is something on the racetrack right down through there.
So you can bet they're going to check it out after this race with only 2.5 minutes left. They will check that out.
Tell you what, while we're watching that right there, let me go ahead and we'll make the next call to the grid for the next group, and then Fred will pick that up going down into Big Bend. Second call, green group to the grid please, for your sprint race number 3. Second call, green group to the grid please. Fred, I do believe we have a new leader in that 911 Cup class, and that's Del Rey, but Jason Nickich fighting really back hard on the outside.
Yes, Del definitely got a good run coming out of the downhill, was able to actually clear Jason for the entrance, a clear entrance of Big Bend, and he completed the pass, and now he's leading.
We see kind of a couple cars there really trying to make different. It looks like now we are going to get the checkered flag, so I think we are going to do this about 2 minutes early, because I think they want to go out and check the racetrack in that area. But what I noticed when they were coming up that hill there was kind of cars going to the far outside and the inside, trying to, do whatever they can. So we'll see. It does look like it is going to be Della Ray maybe picking up the win there in that 911 Cup, although Jason Nikic, I think, was the first one across the start-finish line. We'll have to see. But based off timing and scoring, it looks like Della Ray picked up the win there, headed down in there. So we'll give you a full field rundown. Let's do that. I'll give it to you by class. In our E-Class, Mark Wienering, he's going to pick up the win there. He's the only car in that class. In that VO Plus, Andreas, as you mentioned it, Jim Scott picking up the win there with Rich Bello, only completing 21 laps, having that expired engine. In our 911 Cup car, our 521 Della Ray going to pick up the win over Justin Crom in the 185. Jason Nikic third, Lee Lasberg fourth, Eugene Basha fifth. In our GT4 and our overall winner, Claudio Kempf going to pick up the win there in VGTU. Richard Shawada in that 050. Again, had that bad restart after going there, but with being the only car there, picked up the win there. In VGTO, Justin Jacobs in that 752 going to pick up the win over the 171 of Charles Meyer, and then Donald Jacobs is going to round out your top three in that VGTO class. Well, that's going to wrap it up for our first Vintage Purple group of the afternoon. They're going to come back later on. Fred, I assume you're going to come back and join us.
If you welcome me, I will be back.
Absolutely, we want you to come back because we can talk more about the 911 Cup and more about these other cars. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, thank some partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we're going to pick up our sprint round number 3 for our green group as they come onto the racetrack as well. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back.
Partners of Club Racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest Cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
and welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America Racing at the Rock. I'm Brian Donati along with Andreas Klabb. And Andreas, well, we thought we would get through the day without something like that happening, but unfortunately it did. We're going to give this group, our green group, two laps here. They're going to need it because they're probably going to have to clean off some windshields by that time. Let's go through, kind of run this speedy dry in. So again, we're going to go 2 pace laps here, and then we're going to send this group out and get them going.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. I mean, I think we've settled it for the ages here. We do have the driver's curse here and mentioning caution flags and things of that nature, but this next race is going to be really interesting. This is the beginning of the Sprint 3. So this will be the 3rd race of the green group, rounding things off for the afternoon. They're giving them 2 laps here with the pace car, and that is to settle things down on the track. Again, a lot of debris and fluid was on the track that would cause the extensive commercial break that we had. But what we're looking at in terms of schedule for the rest of the afternoon, things look to be, for the most part, what we're expecting or what was planned for mostly full time for all the groups. Again, this is an evolving situation. We'll keep you posted as much as we can, but we do plan to go as close as we can to the 30-minute that they had scheduled there, Brian.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that we'll definitely be able to get these races in. Again, we're just going to push this, push some of the times back a little bit, as we go. But we'll continue to keep moving the program along. This group here coming out after seeing that, going through, with 1 pace lap and then turning around, and now you got to go out. As a driver, that's going to go through your head for a couple of laps. You're going to see a lot of drivers really tiptoeing through until that dissipates on the racetrack, that speedy dry. It gets blown off, from the exhaust and from the cars, because it'll go pretty quickly as they get going here. But it's going to be all the way back down the no-name straight, all the way through up the uphill and then down the back straight into West Bend. So it's really going to play havoc, and especially through here, if you're the lead car, which is really where you want to be, we got to keep an eye on that. Everybody's going to want to be that lead car through there. Visibility won't be an issue.
Yeah.
Everybody else for the first couple of laps, the visibility going through there, where you're going to end up, not seeing the line or mistaking the line going through, and it could alter the way you enter and exit coming out of here. But it looks like we are getting ready to go green flag racing for our green group here as our pace car now comes down on the pit lane. We'll be waiting for the green flag from our starter. We'll be picking everything up here momentarily, and I do believe we are green flag racing here for the green group. And just as I said that, Andreas, you've got Ken Agnaw, you've got Will Waldron. They're trying to be the first cars, and everybody else, a lot of our spec boxers in between there. One of those 2 cars, Ken Agnaw, Will Waldron, I'm telling you what, they want to be the first car through there, and they're still going to go side by side through turn number 3 through the left-hander, hit the right-hander there in turn number 4, give it to Ken Agnaw in the number 15, in that FP3 machine, in that 944. Going to be the first car going to hit through here.
This is an incredible sight here, Brian. I mean, we have almost 30 cars out there trying to take a wider stance here with all the speedy dry. There is not a lot of visibility out there, especially for later on the pack. So make sure everybody's safe out there. Again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. To even be on the course racing today, they have to go through extensive driver's education program to make sure they prepare for things like this. So it makes for very challenging, interesting racing, but again, very full field here, over 30 cars on the track right now for this group.
One of the things I just saw and picked up there is as cars were going through there, when they were in the middle of the pack, especially some of our spec boxes, they would turn the windshield wipers on, right, to get it to blow off of the windshield so they could see, so that it doesn't cake. If you look at the screen and you look through, unless you're either Will Waldron or Ken Agnaw, who's going to go side by side again, they have yet to continue this, finish this battle even from earlier on this morning in that SP3 battle. To get it to blow off so it doesn't sit and cake onto the windshield, and then it dissipates as the race goes on.
Yeah, I think, obviously safety is a highlight of PCA. If folks are watching this at home, It's of utmost importance that we try to uphold those standards for PCA, but the competitive nature really shines through here, especially in these conditions, as you mentioned, side by side, going around the entire track. There was a camaraderie with the drivers. Fred was chatting about that earlier with us. Things we want to see for a race like this, especially with these challenging conditions. Everybody is bringing a very good racing game here this afternoon, but obviously want to make sure things are safe. And we have the second times here. The second lap timings coming in, things starting to settle out. Will Waldron with the early lead in the Spec 3. Ken Agnaw shortly behind him, a little bit under a second there at 0.7 seconds. And Logan Stanko leading the Spec Boxer class. Rob Brandhover, we talked about him earlier, rounding out the top 3 for the SB3 class.
Yeah, Logan Stanko picking up the win earlier on this morning in that Spec Boxster. Yes, that is Bella's younger brother. So Bella Stanko, who normally does run, not running here this weekend. So Logan picking up the win in that one. I did see Daniel Rubel. So Daniel Rubel is out on the racetrack in that 771 machine. Started a little bit further back due to the unfortunate incident that he had early this morning. But good to see that that team's able to get that car back together and not a whole lot of damage to it. So Daniel Rubel back out into this afternoon's race. Good battle on track right now between Van Svensson and Alex Al. You remember we talked about Alex earlier this morning. That's a pretty good battle there in that Spec Boxster this last time by. So again, these Spec Boxers, it's come down to the very end as well.
That's a common theme this afternoon here, Brian. Resilience, I'll say. It's Griffin Fuji. He came back. We saw him come back a little earlier on. And now Luc Pelletier, as I mentioned earlier, he had an issue yesterday. He's back on the track. So I'll call it resilience as the theme for today. Now Will Waldron creating a little bit more separation with Ken Agnaw. That gap, that lead is now 1.2 seconds. That was about 0.5 earlier. So getting a little more separation with Ken Waldron leading the SP3 race.
A little bit further back, drivers trying to go too wide, coming through the S's, not able to really gain any momentum there when you're on the dirt. So you have to get back to single file, especially when you get to here. And now drivers, as they're going through this section, this is where we had a lot of that speed drive. You can see that's pretty much gone until you get down to the bottom of the hill that's sitting off on drivers' right. So again, track probably does have the grip that it needed back into just after a couple laps, which is very good.
Yeah, you saw that uphill entry camera there that was placed. That was where most of the speed drive was. A lot of that has cleared off. We're not seeing as much of the dust kicked up. So it seems that about 4 laps in that a lot of that is cleared off. So should see the time start to creep down. I'm seeing a lot of green on my screen here, which means that the times are increasing in speed. We would expect that after the 2 laps and all the speedy dry that was placed on the track.
Yeah, it won't take long. We got one car going through the grass there, so taking not only Big Ben as wide as possible, but definitely taking some of the grass there with it. Wanted to make it a little bit wider coming out of turn number 2.
Just needed a little bit more excitement there, Brian.
He paid for the track. He's going to use every bit.
He's going to use every, and then some, right? Talked about Rob Brandhover. He's hanging in 3rd in class there. Number 71 car in the 95 yellow 968. His best time. Again, a lot of green on the screen here for the 5th lap. Again, times are coming down for these laps as we get going here and get settled into this race. This first race of Sprint 3.
Yeah, again, Rob normally up front there in that SP3, having a little bit of a challenge early on here. In that SP3 battle with Waldron and Ken Agnaw, opening up to about 4 seconds back to Rob. In our our Spec Boxster, we talked about Logan Stanko. Here's one name we haven't really talked about too much today, although we mentioned down in the rundown, Chris Taylor in that number 68 right now, currently sitting in 2nd place in Spec Boxster, about 2.5 seconds back, 3 seconds back from Logan Stanko. And I tell you what, Chris Taylor brought it for this afternoon. That car looks pretty strong right now.
Yeah, Chris had some interesting driving earlier on. We'll have to double check the stats from the earlier race, and that was for Sprint 2. But yeah, it's certainly having a day here on day 2 at racing at the Rock. Logan Stanko leading there, as you mentioned there, Brian. Another strong showing for him early on. We're about 7 minutes into this 30-minute race, so he's holding tight. He's a 7-second gap between him and Chris, between 1 and 2 for Spec Boxster class. Alex Al rounding out the top 3. Best lap time 102.432. Ben Svensson finished roughly around 8 in the last race. He is now in 4th in Spec Boxster class, so great to see for Van. He's in the number 28 car, the 99 Boxster.
Yeah, one of the other cars I'm watching out here, we saw him earlier this morning and had some problems. Luke Richard in that 626 in that FP2 machine in that yellow 944 Porsche. We saw him pulled off down in turn number 7 earlier this morning. They actually had to go and pick him up, brought him back. Well, he's now leading in FP2 over Joe Dillon and then Luke Belpetier in that number 923. Luke Belpetier about 0.3 of a second. It looks like we may have one car that have gone off coming through Big Bend. I think now we're going to drop that standing yellow right there. So it looks like the track is all clean right there. That may have been Luke Belpetier, possibly in the 923 machine. Or is that the 71? You know what? That may be Rob Brandhover, number 71 machine that may have gone off down in there. We'll follow him around, get to the top of the hill. Once he comes down, we'll be able to pick up who that is. But I do believe that may be Rob Brandhover that may have fallen back a little bit.
Brian, I think from now on we need to refer to all drivers again as waiting for data, because we have the driver's curse today. Mention Rob Brandhover. We'll hope he can recover well on that one.
Right there. So it was Rob Brandhover. He's fallen fully back to 11th now overall. So that was him going off down through Big Ben and through turn 2, and another driver picking up on the left side that dirt, trying to use every bit of that racetrack coming out of turn number 2. Looks like that may have been Alex All getting 2 wheels off driver's left. Coming into the screen right here. That is definitely, you can tell by the different multicolor body panels on Alex's car. That definitely was the 79 there. Alex Dahl right on the back bumper of Chris Taylor. So again, that's the battle for second in our Spec Boxster class. So Alex trying to make a move coming out of turn number 7 now, headed down the front stretch. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to make that pass on Chris Taylor. They're going to go too wide down into turn number 1 right there, and it does look like Chris Taylor is going to shut the door on him and hold him off there going through turn number 1.
They were chatting about experience there. We're talking about Della. Right? Fred was chatting about him during the vintage race. Alex Hall is another one of these experienced line rock expert year after year. Very competitive racer. He's in 3rd in the Spec Boxster class there.
2 wily veterans.
That's right.
Battling it out in the thing. And Chris Taylor and Alex are coming up and making some passes, of course, still trying to get through, weaving their way through some of the other traffic there for the second place in the Spec Boxster.
Yeah, that was, if you caught that on the camera there, that was number 5, Noah Mazzola, making a pass in some traffic right over the starting line, coming at the end of the straight, Tamposi straight. In the SP2 class, we have Luke Richard now leading there. That is a turnaround for him. 626 car. That's the yellow 944. Joe Dillon on his tail by a few seconds there in second in class. Luke Pelletier, the 923. Black and red 1987 924S. And 4th place, number 72, David Mann.
Yeah, we're just talking about that. You know, Luke Richard, again, we talked about being picked up by the safety workers there, towing that car in earlier this morning, and now all of a sudden out here leading the class. So whatever was wrong with that car this morning ended up being where, they were able to get that fixed to come out here and lead this class. Pretty good run right there.
What's that word there, Brian? Resilient.
Resilient, that's exactly right. And again, that's what the Porsche, the PCA group is. It is all about family, right? So it could be that a lot of guys from other teams came over, some drivers came over, able to fix what's going on with that, and able to help him get that taken care of.
Absolutely.
Got about a 5.5 second lead over Joe Dillon. The battle on the racetrack, though, is in that SP2 class, and that is between Joe Dillon in that white, red, and blue 944 and Luke Pelpetier, that black and red. I believe that's black and red with some yellow involved in that as well, in that 924S. That's a battle for second in SP2. Last time by, it was about 0.4 of a second. Now it's up to a second. So Joe Dillon starting to get this in and starting to move away from Luke Pelpetier.
Absolutely. We're chatting about Rob Brandhover. He's comfortably in third, even though he had that issue earlier on in the race. He has a sizable gap between him and fourth place Chip Henderson. So again, we thought that might change there. Will Waldron and Ken Agnew still battling it out for first. Will Waldron with about a 5.5 second lead on that one. And we're almost about halfway through this race.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've kind of got pretty much coming down to the halfway point. Why don't we go ahead and make the first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a break and thank some partners and sponsors. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call, yellow group. First call, yellow group to the grid for your sprint race number 3. First call, yellow group for your sprint race number 3 to the grid, please. With that, Andreas, why don't we go ahead and we'll take a break. Thanks some partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll pick up the rest of this action. We'll pick up our SPB in our spec boxer because we got some changes going on right there at the front. You're watching the 34th annual CVR Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back.
Complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche from 356s to 935, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
And welcome back to our 34th annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And Andreas, as we were looking at this green group right here, I tell you what, some pretty good battles we talked about in Spec Boxer. Alex Al ended up making that pass over Chris Taylor. Now he's opened up that gap by about two and a half seconds. The driver on the move, though, is Vance Fenton in that number 28 machine. He has closed that gap to Chris Taylor by about 0.8 of a second. It was in that 1.3, 1.4 seconds. The other battle, a little surprising here. We saw this on day one. Noah Mazzola doing very, very well. Noah Mazzola now in Spec Boxer dropped all the way back now, sitting in 7th place. Had a really good battle with Ryan Farragut. A couple laps right as we were going to break, and Ryan Farragut has now passed Noah Mazzola for 6th place in Spec Boxer.
That's right, Brian. And just looking at the times again, back to the top of the Spec Boxer class, Logan Stanko had a very sizable lead. You mentioned the passing of Chris Taylor by Alex Au. That separation between Logan and Alex is about nine and a half seconds now. That was much more earlier on. So Alex Au trying to make up some ground in the latter stages of this race. Again, we're about more than halfway through this race here.
Yeah, pretty good comfortable lead for Logan. Logan now in between Big Ben there, between turn 1 and 2. Alex out just now crossing that start-finish line, although Alex just ran his fastest lap of the race with a 1:01.958. So Alex not going away quietly here, going to make some noise as we look through there. As we look through some of the other groups here in our ME1 group, you still have Gene Raimondi leading that group over Frank Osborne, and now Earl Harrington has moved into that ME1 class. So Earl Harrington sitting in 3rd in that class. We talked about that SP2. Luke Richard got about a 1.3 second lead over Joe Dillon. So that gap has really closed down. So Joe Dillon closing on the times last time by. A little bit slower, but overall going through there as we've got several cars going into the top of the hill. So that may end up bringing out our full course caution going into the top of the hill. You see there's Gene Raimondi going through that as well. We're still green at this point, gentlemen. We'll wait to see it now.
We're looking at a full course caution. Yeah, there's the replay.
Full course caution through that, yeah.
Yeah, and that is the same area we're having earlier in the race. I'd be interested to see if there's some debris from earlier on. I highly doubt it this far into the race, but yeah, it seems like he may have caught the grass on that one. Just looking at the replay.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to go to the full course caution. Again, it looks like a battle of a product. He's trying to get into the same position there. You get caught in the grass with those left side tires. And basically, as we talked about earlier on, even with the dirt, you went up with a hot tire on a dirt. It will definitely get you loosened up.
Yeah, we were chatting about that earlier. We do have an advantage here sitting in the tower with all these screens, Brian, where we could see everything. But once you're in the driver's seat, sometimes it's hard to see some of these intricacies.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, while we're under this full course caution, let's go ahead and let's make another call to the group for the next group to get them up on the grid. Attention in the paddock. Second call, yellow group. Second call, yellow group to the grid, please. For your sprint race number 3. Second call, yellow group to the grid, please. For your sprint race number 3. As our cars start to come through and to do it, again, it goes back to what we were talking earlier, Andreas, with Fred. When you have a car such as Will Waldron, who had almost a 13-second lead over Ken Adnoff in that number 15 in SP3, what that does is that brings that gap down to almost nothing. And hopefully we can get this cleaned up here pretty quickly where we can go racing. You can see the cars there going through the chicane. Pace car, safety car is going to take them through the chicane, let our corner workers clean up a little bit. What that's actually going to do is it keeps the flow going so that they're not running through what they're trying to clean up, which can help it go a little bit faster.
Absolutely there, Brian, and we were talking about the cleanup crew. They know about the time restrictions that we have today. Very tight schedule. talked about a little bit earlier. There's enough time to get all the races in, but something to manage as we go through here. And you're talking about that gap, that 13-second gap with Will Waldron there, Brian. Fred was chatting about this during the last race as well. Drivers will take that time, and they'll try to use it as best as they can. And now we see the pace car entering pit road here with all the cars.
Yeah, going to bring him down in here into this double yellow. We may end up just bringing him down on pit road just to set him down here and then see what we're going to do. I'm not hearing anything of what they're going to do other than looks like they may just bring him and hold him down here. Normally you end up with a black flag when you want to bring everybody down. So it looks like we are going to bring them down pit road, going to set them, let them get a chance to clean that up, to do that. But again, a product of just two racers going through into the same territory on the racetrack.
And right now, Brian, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but we have about 30 cars on the track. That's a lot to manage. Certainly not the historic high that we've seen on this track and other types of events, not specifically PCA. So they know what they're doing in terms of sorting this out. But again, something we need to watch here is see how this race unfolds for the remaining time that we have. It does seem like they are doing a little bit of positioning as well.
Yeah, again, don't bring them down to do that. So I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead? The clock is continuing to run right now. We'll see whether or not they stop that to give them the time to clean up. It looks like it may be a couple minutes. Tell you what, let's go ahead. Let's throw in a break here real quick. Thanks to partners and sponsors. And hopefully when we get done with that, we'll come back and we can restart this race and finish it under green flag conditions. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back. All right, and we are back here at Lime Rock Park for the Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. Again, that brief little delay. We had two cars that unfortunately had that incident up there at the top of the hill near the back straight there. Mark Calzaretti in the 949 and Shakir Kalara in that 216 machine. I do believe we're going to bring them down the pit lane again Looks like some of our cars are going out through there, and then Ken Agnon. Yeah, gentlemen, I'm not sure what we're doing here. This is a little confusing. We send them down the pit road, and then we send them back off the pit road, and now you're going to have some of the cars coming back down and then going back out. It's about 3 minutes left to go in this racing race. We're really running short on time.
That's right, Brian.
To have them come down the pit lane again.
Yeah, and some of these cautions can take a while, given the extent of what occurs on the course. And correction there, that is Mark Caraluzzi in the 949 car.
Calzaretti. Yeah, it's Calzaretti. Wait. No. From what I understand. Yeah. Calzaluzzi.
Caraluzzi. They own a bunch of grocery stores in Connecticut.
Okay, there you go. See,
my wife likes the meat department there that they have, so it's very good.
Roast beef, ham,
Yeah, Caraluzzi. Right. We certainly wish Mark Caraluzzi well, as well as the city here in Colorado with that accident there. That will be the last we'll probably see of them today in those cars, given this is the last race for this group. Again, only 2 minutes remaining on this. We do see that the flag stand has a green in hand. He's not waving it yet. We do not have lights out yet on there, but we shall see. Just went out.
Should get lights out at the top of the hill. Usually when we get to the top here, that's usually when when the safety car or the pace car will turn their lights out. That signals to the drivers that we are going to go back green. It gets them down through, through West Bend and then through the downhill. That way the safety vehicle can pull off. It gives them time to do that. So. Which kind of jumbles up a little bit because you've got Will Waldron there in the 07 machine up front, but then you've got several cars, Daniel Rubel being one of them, in between him and Ken Agnall. So Agnall, when we get ready to go back green racing, which we're waiting on that green flag right now to come out and come through, which we're right back racing right now, we'll see whether or not Ken Agnall is going to be able to get back around Daniel Rubel and around Rob, our number 71 machine, who's kind of falling back a little bit, Rob Branover. So again, trying to put a lap on Rob Branover is Ken Agnall to try to catch up to Will Waldron. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. He's going to be stuck on the outside coming through turn number 2 and through turn number 4. Now back to the inside. He's going to be back behind Daniel Rubel to get through there.
Yeah, and the ending here before the caution is going to look a lot different here, Brian, with the compressed time, and see what they do for the rest of the time here, as we are running up on the other races, given the time restrictions that we have.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we could be seeing the checkered flag this time by, right? So Will Waldron coming out of the downhill there and out of turn number 7. I do believe he may get one more. I'm not sure there. He hasn't gotten anything. Will Waldron just went back by. I'm not seeing even the 1 to go sign, so we may be giving them 2 laps here to go as Will Waldron has gone by down into turn number 1. Ken Agnall just now getting around Rob Branover and the 771 of Daniel Rubel, putting them a lap down. So there is no cars in between him and Will Waldron, but he's got about a 4.5 second gap to make up. I don't believe that's gonna happen. We'll see, but I would anticipate, being that we are at that 30-minute mark, the next time Will Waldron comes by, should be getting that checkered flag. Again, a lot of mixing up going on in the back, getting drivers off left and right back there in that dirt. Coming through as Will Waldron now comes out of turn number 7 down the front stretch, picking up the win here overall and picking up the win in SP3. Ken Agnall in that number 15 machine is going to finish second. And then here is where the battle comes down the front stretch. A lot of maneuvering going on. A lot of these cars are a lap down, but most of them are going to be for position in class, and we'll pick up those cars as they come back by through. But it does look like all of our cars now are going to take the checkered flag. So why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and we'll give you the rundown by class real quickly. Then we'll take our break because I know they're going to throw that yellow group right on the track. pretty quickly. We do not want to miss that. In ME1, Frank Osborne is going to pick up the win over Gene Raimondi. In that 313 machine, Earl Harrington is going to finish third. In SP2, Luke Richard holds off Joe Dillon in that number 152 in that 944 by 9/10 of a second. Luke Pelpetier is going to pick up third, the last podium spot. Albert Salvador in that SP1 group, the only driver there going to pick up the win there. Will Waldron, as I said, in SP3 going to pick up in that 07 the win. Ken Agnall, Rod Brantover, who was a lap down, but was able to hang on for that last podium spot after his off down there in turn 2. In Spec Boxster, Logan Stanko holds on in that 708 over Alex Al, and then Chris Taylor fights back to finish the last podium spot in that number 68 with Van Svensson, and then Ryan Farragut rounding out the top 5. Good run by Ryan, moving all the way up from down in the back. That's going to wrap up our green group right now here for today. So we will expect our yellow group. So I tell you what, let's go ahead and thank some partners and sponsors, and we'll come back with that yellow group here momentarily. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I am Brian Donati along with Andreas Klaub. And Andreas, that was an eventful, so far in the afternoon here, we've had 2 eventful races. Hope somebody sent the message out to this group that we're going green to checker in this group.
Yeah, and we're going to put the positive thinking out there, Brian, as much as we can. We're starting to see the clouds go away, so yeah. I'm feeling good about this race here, Brian, that we're going to do the full 30-minute without interruption.
Well,
putting it out there.
I've noticed the wind has picked up. I think maybe the wind's having a little bit to play with this stuff the last couple of sessions. I doubt it.
And as Fred was saying earlier, we've seen snow at this track. Anything is possible here. As Mark Twain used to say, if you don't like the weather in New England, just wait a few minutes.
Correct. As our racers now are coming down the hill, coming down into turn number 7, ready to get this green flag flowing here, waiting on our starter. And we're still waiting, and we are green. Green flag, and again, Eric Liu, who we saw pretty much run up front all morning long with Garrett Krieger, and then now Russell Mortarana, David Kotu, Marseille Twitter, I tell you what, didn't get the start that I thought that driver would. Fell back a little bit, now starting to pick back up as they come out of turn number 2 and head into the left-hander. I'll tell you what, Eric Liu, and I saw a lot of big congratulations and hugs down there after his first race this morning from his crew and team down there. Did a fantastic job driving back up to the front.
Yeah, that GTB1 class has been a sight to see for the entire weekend here. So certainly him with Martirana and Tunowitz and Art Zhang even in top 4, Headley Boss Fisher in the top 5 right now. As we get going, at least how it's listed here on my screen, we'll be keeping a track of that. But very good racing thus far, and we're looking forward to that again as we get underway here in the third sprint of this group.
Yeah, Russell Mortarama is sitting back a little bit in 4th place again in that GTB1 machine there. Art Zhang now moving up into 5th overall and sitting in 3rd in GTB1 after the first opening lap here. And it does seem like everybody's going to go out and get single filed out. A couple different lines going down in through Big Bend. You've got some that take it real tight turn coming through there, and some that'll really stay out wide and really try to dive in that corner to pick back up and get set up for that turn number 3 in that left-hander.
And I'll bring it all the way down to the GT3 class there, Brian. And I think Garrett Krieger, again, he had interesting racing earlier and yesterday, so we'll see. It's going to get very interesting here on the last race. You can guarantee these drivers are going to leave it all on the track here, Brian.
Well, hopefully they take some of it back to the paddock with them, because if they leave it on the track, that does not going to.
I need to choose my words carefully.
They are going to leave it out on the track. They're going to leave it out and do everything they can. But I tell you what, one of the races that we watched earlier in this group, and that was that Spec Cayman with Eric Yortzoy, Dominic Belvedere. Eric Yortzoy now getting an early advantage over Dominic Belvedere. So again, long way to go, still early on in this race. We'll see whether or not Dominic's going to be able to run Eric down, but got several cars. There's Eric Yortzoy going through the screen right now, and the first red car coming through there, that is Dominic Belvedere. He is a little bit further back than I think he wanted to. I think on the very start of this race, got kind of mixed up there, fell back, and now has to work hard if he wants to run down Eric Yortzoy.
Early on, I mean, you're seeing some of these top 2s for each class. It's very competitive. Gershon now ahead of Patton on this one, now with almost a 3-second lead on Patton there. Michael Gershon, the 87 machine, an 01 black box their S. In the SPC class, Eric Horshaw, he is in the 321 car. He is leading Dominic Belvedere. We chatted about him earlier, Brian. And Eric Liu leading GTB1 class over Maciej Tunowitz and number 3, Art Zhang.
Yeah, now you talk about Dominic Belvedere. Now he's got Dennis Prosser in that 112, another GTB1 car in between him and Eric Yortzoy. So put 4 cars now in between that and the leader in our Spec Cayman class there early on. It's going to be a tough battle to go if Dominic wants to, as I said, wants to reel him in. But again, plenty of time. You know, we were talking about some of these spots where, you know, we have new asphalt in, and I think the asphalt just recently got laid down, you know, either this week or the week before. And so parts of it is starting again to be a challenge, but in a different way, because of the temperatures that are kind of rising up and getting a lot of cars running on this with these tires. You know, again, this track does go through your tires pretty quickly throughout. Now you throw that new asphalt in, a little bit of that asphalt may be coming up a little bit, so they got to keep it cool.
Yeah, it could be, and we talked about the temperatures earlier, and Fred chatted about it earlier. Hasn't seen temperatures this high. It's been here again. This used to be an April race. We talked about this earlier, but now in June, within recently laid down parts of the track, and it's 7 turns in a 1.5 mile track. Very challenging conditions for the drivers to manage.
Well, one of the other things that he talked about too, and I thought was very interesting, especially in this class here, in this group, because of the higher horsepower that we've seen in some of the other ones, and when we see it in the red group as well. The flow of this racetrack, and it's just an even flow. There's no real hard, tight turn, braking moments. And so the flow of it makes it a very fast racetrack, as you just said, for a 1.5 mile, you know, 7 turns. So you get around this track pretty quickly. Things come at you really, really intensely.
Yeah, and when you first look at it, it could be a little misleading given the shape of the track. But again, this is all natural settings. This is not artificial terrain to create different topography on the track. This is all natural the way that the track has been laid out.
Good battle going on there. I talked about that with Dominic Belvedere and Steve Garrison in that GT3 in that 2010 Cayman. Belvedere getting around Steve Garrison in that number 127. So again, moved Dominic Belvedere up in front of him as a position overall on the racetrack. Still trying to run down Eric Wortley in that Cayman. That's going to be the battle for the lead as Eric Yortsoy just now going through turn number 7, coming onto the San Posey Straight, and now here comes Dominic Belvedere. We'll check and see what that gap is. That is exactly 2 seconds right now. So now that Dominic Belvedere has gotten out in clean air, he's starting to reel him in. 0.3 of a second faster, almost a second faster actually, that last lap than Eric Yortsoy.
On the other aspects of the race here in the G class, John Patton now in the lead over number 9087 Michael Gershon. So that is a 2-second gap between those two. They've been duking it out all day. So it has continued over from the last race. And certainly plenty to go with less than 2-second gap between the two of them.
Another good battle on the racetrack there is the in GTB1. That is the 228 there of Art Zhang in that white 2009 Cayman, and then Hadley Boss Fisher in that 022 in that green and white Cayman. Last time they came by, Fisher was going to try to make a move on Art Zhang in that white 228 down into turn number 1. Wasn't able to get that to stick. Had to tuck back in behind them. Again, that is the battle for second and third in that GTB1 class as they come up and out probably right now through the left hand, through the right hander, up around the no-name straight.
And Brian, we talked about Eric Liu earlier. He is leading the GTB1 class over Maciej Tunowicz. That gap is about 2.5 seconds there. That's nothing for the amount of time that we have left. Absolutely nothing with that too. So neck and neck there, Art Zhang in the 228 car, he is 20 seconds behind. So those top two for GTB1 are neck and neck with Art Zhang a little bit behind there, the 228 car.
I tell you what, now that those two are starting to battle, throw in Russell Mortarana in that 726. He's only a second back of those three for that GTB1. Again, that's second, third, and fourth place in GTB1. In the GT3 class, again, Garrett Krieger leading that class there. And then you got to go way back to David Kotu, who's also in the battle with Art Zhang, Fisher, and Motorana as well. You know, for that position, one car and we were just talking about him as well. We had just got by Steve Garrison now down on pit road. So it looks like his weekend may be done just a little bit earlier than it's expected. Again, as we look out the window here, coming by the start-finish line, down into turn number 1 now, into Big Bend, it does look like that Hadley Boss Fisher has gotten around Art Zhang. And I'm not sure if Art may be having a problem here, Andreas, but he was almost a second and a half slower than Boss Fisher that last lap. And now it looks like Russell Motorana in that black machine, that black 726, black and red one. Looks like he's coming up on the back there of that 228 Art Zhang, as well as David Kotu in that 881.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out for the remainder of the race. Again, plenty of race to go, about 20 minutes here, and seeing some changing in position. Hua Choi and Dominic Belvedere, chat about this earlier, that gap is 0.2 of a second there. So that is neck and neck for those two in that group here, in the spec gaming class.
And Eric was a little bit faster that last lap, but overall Dominic has closed that gap from 4 seconds all the way back down. Once he got around, the 127 there, we just talked about Steve Garrison. Once he cleared Garrison a couple laps ago and he had that clean air, he was able to reel in Eric Yortzoy. Now Eric trying to fight off and hold Dominic Belvedere as they're going to go down into turn number 1 now into Big Bend, and it looks like they're going to go side by side down into Big Bend to see whether or not he's going to be able to make that pass on him. Don't believe he's going to make that stick. There you go. You can see it right there. There's Eric Yortzoy coming out with the white and the blue, and then you've got Dominic Belvedere just a little bit further behind him.
Yeah, Brian, and just something to notice, I'm seeing a lot of green on my screen here. That's telling me that all these drivers out here are really pushing these machines now, getting settled into this race about 10 minutes in. Maybe it's a common strategy across them, or folks just getting more comfortable. And that goes from Eric Liu all the way down to number 8, Daniel Krantz. All 9 of them in the GTP1 class having fastest laps recently, and you're seeing that all in this group.
Well, we had pretty much cloud cover the entire morning, and now that sun has gotten pretty good out there and through that, and so this track seems to be getting a little bit faster through there. If you lost a set of AirPods found over on the hill overlooking the S's, we actually have them up here in the tower. If you lost a set of AirPods, I'm not sure how you would know that they're yours, but they do have a sticker on them. So if you can claim the sticker, then we'll know. So if you lost a set of AirPods, we have them up here in the tower, up here in the Skip Barber Tower, up on the 3rd floor. Tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead, since we've got about 17 and a half minutes. Let's make our first call to the group for our red group. Get them moving along a little bit. And then when we come back, we'll take a break and we'll run this group all the way to the end, because I have a feeling when we come back after that break, you're going to see even more battles closer than what we have seen right now. Red group to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 3. First call, red group to the grid for your sprint race number 3. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll pick up the end of this race. You're watching the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. Stay with us.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros. In a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events, HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
After a 14-year hiatus, PCA Club Racing returns to the Pacific Northwest. Oregon Region is co-hosting the Rose Cup with Friends of PIR to bring Porsche racing back to Portland International Raceway. The 65th anniversary Rose Cup races will be held on July 11th and 12th, part of the West Coast Series. This 2-mile track is known for its challenging mix of fast sweepers and tight technical sections, particularly the infield. PIR has hosted premier events like IndyCar, kart, and Formula E. The event offers PCA Club racers an excellent opportunity to add a new track to the racing schedule. Register online at clubregistration.net.
And welcome back here to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And Andreas, during that break, we were picking up another battle there we saw in our G class there between the 087 Black Boxster there and Ariel German in the 475 Black Boxster. They were side by side at one point. Now it does look like Michael Gershon has opened it up by about 2 car lengths now. That's for second place in the G class. And remember, earlier this morning we saw Ariel German come down pit lane, cut the race a little bit short what we had this morning. So again, now up running, battling for second place in G is a pretty good feat.
Yeah, that's right there, Brian. We talked about that common theme today. It's resilience. So we're seeing these folks get back and get back into the racing here and coming back strong. So you see that with Ariel Tremaine, third in class. Some other things to take a look at, some changing in position at the GTB1 class. Gregory Wager now in the top 5. He's in the number 150 machine at the 2014 Black and Teal Cayman. Russell Martirana sliding back to 6th in 726 car. Keith Fisher in 7th there. But less than a second gap between Wager and Martirana.
Yeah, kind of falling back there a little bit when we look at that. So, and again, those battles, I mean, those battles take, you know, again, you can be running in the top 2 or 3, and then all of a sudden you get somebody gets a run and they bring somebody else with them. And next thing you know, you're going from, sitting in the last podium spot down to, like you just said, 6th or 7th in your class.
Yeah, and Russell Martirana we thought might be trying to cross Artsang. Artsang holding strong in 4th place in class. He just had his best lap time there in that last go around the track, 58.638 on his 18th lap.
Yeah, that's them right there coming to your screen. That's Artsang, I believe, right there in the front. And then you throw Gregory Wagner in, a name we have not really spoken about a lot this weekend. So Gregory in that 150 machine in that 2014 Cayman as starting to make his way up and trying to run down Art Zhang in that 228. So good GTB1 battle. Again, that's 4th, 5th, and 6th. A little bit further up, you've got Hanley Boss Fisher. He's got about an 18-second lead, 19-second lead over Art Zhang in there. It's about 12 and a half seconds now, but it was. So again, good battle in this GT1.
Absolutely, and that's what we expected to see at the start of this race here, Brian. Eric Liu still in first here, and then 154 car, Tunowitz almost 4 seconds behind him. Again, still with 10 minutes to go in the race, that's plenty of time. We do have another car entering pit road here, so we'll get that number in just a minute.
I believe that is going to be the 06 of David Nissenbaum. And we saw David getting towed in this morning as well. I believe he actually got towed in yesterday too as well. So, you talked about the resiliency. He went out and finished 17 laps where we didn't think he'd go out at all this afternoon. So David Nissenbaum, that's again another G-Class machine. That's 2004 Boxster. Pulling down on pit road, they're kind of looking at the back half, looking at the tires on this car. So may have some tires going on there. Again, we've talked about tire degradation. So.
And still in the SPC, the Spec Cayman class, Eric Shoy, that is leading that class. The Belvedere, Dominic Belvedere, 0.2 seconds behind him. So that is still tight racing there. Dan Ross filling out the top 3 of that class. That's number 410, Dan Ross, and he's 33 seconds behind those top 2 right there.
Yeah, they're coming down now out of turn number 7, right there, coming down the Sam Posey Straight, and I'll tell you what, they're going to be side by side when they go down into turn number 1. Belvedere going to try to do it on the outside of Big Ben, goes really, really wide, kicks left side up on the dirt. Eric Yortsoy holds that line. Belvedere tried to make something happen there, Andreas, that just wasn't there. Eric Yortsoy holding the line. Now he's up by about 2.5, 3 car lengths.
Yeah, that is great to see. We caught all of that on the camera here. So Yortsoy and Belvedere neck and neck, and that's less than 1/10 of a second there between the 2 of them. And we're starting to see Patton and Gershon a little bit more separation there. That lead is over 20 seconds now. That was about 10 earlier, so getting a little bit of separation there. Leading there, Patton over Gershon, and Germain within a second there. So 2 and 3 is the spot to look in the D racing.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to, some of these battles most definitely going to come down as it looks like. I believe we're going to have that battle going on again, this time with Dominic Belvedere and Eric Yortsoy. So as he doesn't get through turn number 1 and turn number 2 that clean, that time seemed to be a little bit better. Here comes Dominic Belvedere right on the back bumper of Eric Yortsoy in that number 321 to run him down. Still hanging tough here. About 7.5 minutes to go. 7:40 in this. Still got plenty enough time with some pretty clean traffic. As Eric Yortsoy goes really wide through the west bend right there down the hill. That's going to enable Dominic Belvedere to go inside. We're going to go too wide here, gentlemen, coming down through the downhill. You can see again, Dominic Belvedere going to try to look at the outside on driver's left of Eric Yortsoy. Eric's got the preferred line through there, but Dominic gets a really good run out of turn number 2, getting ready to come up through the left-hander and then up into the right-hander, and that's where Eric Yortsoy seems to be a little bit better at certain parts of this racetrack, Andreas. And then Dominic Belvedere has some pretty good runs on certain parts of this racetrack as well. Again, those two continue to battle, and we'll pick up as well. I wanted to go back to the G class, to the 2001, 2005, the black boxers there with Michael Gershon and Ariel German. last time they came by, they were kind of within 2/10 of each other. So German's starting to run him down a little bit more as well. As that battle still rages on. There they are right there. That battle is raging on, and they're going to go through some traffic as well. Coming out of turn number 7, it does look like Michael Gershon's going to hold on for at least one more lap, but now you've got our leaders coming in between that battle as they're having to have Gregory Wagner in that battle as well. So got several cars getting pretty loose going through Big Ben here, Andreas, but that battle with German and with, I want to say that other one was with Michael Gershon, still continues on. And like I said, they had Wagner who's right there behind them trying to get by them, as now it does look like Michael Gershon is going to go as wide as he can. For a minute, I thought we were going 3 wide.
I thought we were.
Even 2 wide up over this hill is a bit sketchy. That's not a pass that really comes into play right there if you can get it done, as when we were talking to Fred before. When you get up on top of that hill, and Michael Wagner just has nowhere to go in that number 150 machine. Gregory Wagner, excuse me. Gregory has nowhere to go until he gets down through turn number 7, and then he's got to try to beat them down the front stretch, which it does look like that's what he's going to try to do right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing in the last 5 minutes here, Brian, some separation between Choi and Belvedere. That is now over a second between those two. So that was it was 2/10 of a second earlier. That's a second there. Again, 5 minutes, plenty of time to go. But we'll see it's starting to get a little bit of separation between those two.
Yeah, as Gregory Wagner now gets by Ariel German, still a little bit stuck behind Michael Gershon as he tries to peek out now and go to drivers right off Gershon. But Gershon's still going to hold that line. I believe now Gregory Wagner is going to be able to get by both of those boxers as they move along up over the hill and down into the West Bend. We'll see, and there it does. It looks like he's cleared him. But what that's done is that brought Ariel German right onto that back bumper through there.
And there we go, Brian. David Nissebaum back on the track. We talked about this earlier. That is the theme for today. He is back and ready to go. That is great to see, Brian.
Yeah, he's been in and out of pit road at least 2 or 3 times currently, and I think they're trying to make some tire adjustments or trying to fix it. What they've got is we've got one car spinning down into Big Bend. Again, that was a product of a bunch of cars kind of going through there. We'll see who that may be. Is that the Gregory Wagner machine? That looks like that is the 150 machine. We'll take a look and see as we come back through here. You can see here through the replay, we ended up going 2-3 wide. Oh, he just went really wide, overdrove the corner and not really having. I do believe that is going to be Gregory Wagner in that 150. And I know he was trying to get away from those 2 boxers that he was battling with to try to get further out of the way, but we'll see if that was him, but I'm almost positive that that was the Gregory Wagner. We'll be able to check on timing and scoring to see where he drops to as these cars come by to start finish line.
Just under 3 minutes left on this race here, Racing Group Yellow.
Yeah, looking at the back end of that car and seeing some of that dust and everything, I do believe that was Gregory Wagner, as he's now fallen all the way back down into 10th overall. And in GTB1, he's fallen all the way back to 7th, all the way back behind Keith Fisher and Russell Mortarano. So Wagner having some problems overdriving that turn down into Big Bend through there. Tell you what, let me make one final call here. We've got about 2.5 minutes left to go in this race for the next run group. Attention to the paddock. Final call for Red Group. Red Group, final call to the grid for your sprint race number 3. Final call, Red Group, to the grid, please.
Brian, as you were making that announcement to a race, there's some changing in positioning. Again, Belvedere has caught up with Troy for first in the Spec Cayman class, so he has passed him and now leads with under 2 minutes to go. Eric Lou still in first, in the GTP1 class. Tunowitz, Klaus Fischer in third. That's been consistent. Now we're seeing a new name here, Keith Fisher in fifth, with Art Zhang in fourth ahead of him. Russell Martirana has now moved back into sixth, passing Gregor Rager, as you talked about earlier there, Brian. So some changing in positioning in the last few minutes, as we had expected. And also in the G-Class, John Patton still in first there. That has not changed for the duration most of this race. But Ariel German in the 475 machine now is in second, passing Michael Gershon. So that is another change in position we saw.
Yep. I believe they're here in this battle right here, coming by us on the start-finish line as we are getting the one to go. So it looks like the next time by, our overall leader, which is going to be Eric Liu in that 154 machine, should be picking up the checkered flag through here. So we'll have to see the next time that we see Eric Liu, and he's going to pick up the overall win. Coming through, waiting for him in the white Porsche. I think he's coming by Eric Yortzway. Nope, that is not Eric. Yep, that is Eric Liu right there, I believe. No, that's Art Zhang. Excuse me. Hey, man, a lot of white Porsches out here, right?
There is.
Either white or black. It's either one of those two is the big
It's a
color.
common theme here.
We'll try to pick him up. I believe we've got him there on camera right now. As a matter of fact, he's got a mirror full of Marcel Tunowitz in that 29 as he comes across the start-finish line, coming down out of turn number 7, crossing the start-finish line. Eric Liu is going to pick up the win in GTV1 over Marcel Tunowitz in that number 29. But I tell you what, it got closer and closer as it went on, as this race went on.
That it did, Brian. Very exciting to see. This was a good, clean race. Thankfully, no cautions. That was a good. As we put out the positive vibes out there, Brian, and we see these things happen. So, again, very exciting race and some changing in positioning in the last few minutes there. Great to see.
Yeah, I think once we got to our battles and they kind of stopped a little bit, we had a few, changes here and there, but then after that, didn't really matriculate into anything other than,
that's right.
We saw Ariel German get by, the Michael Gershon machine there for that second place in that G class. Last remaining cars behind on the start-finish line. Tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't I go ahead, I'll give you the rundown by class and give you the top podium finishers in each one. In GTD1, Peter DeBusman going to pick up the win there. In our G class, we talked about him moments ago, John Patton in that number 2 machine. Ariel German fights his way back to finish second in G with Michael Gershon falling to third. In our SPC, Dominic Belvedere gets it done once again over the 321 of Eric Yortzway with Dan Ross picking up the last podium spot in that class. In GTB1, Eric Liu in that 154 in that 2010 Cayman picking up the win and the overall win in class. Marcel Tunowitz in the 29 is going to be second. Hadley Boss Fisher fights back, finished third, the last podium spot in GTB1. In GT3, Garrett Krieger is going to pick up the win over David Cotu by about 13 seconds. And Steve Garrison able to go ahead and come out and take the checker flag, knowing he had some issues early on in the race. So that's going to wrap up our yellow group for the weekend. There are 3 sprint races. So I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead and we'll take a quick break. Thank some partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we're going to pick up our red sprint group here along with our sprint trophy class involved in this. You're watching the 34th annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club Racing of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an Anejo and a Cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. I am Brian Donati along with Andreas Cloud. And Andreas, this is the group. This is where we're going to see some of the racing. We saw it earlier on. These are some of the faster cars in our 992 Cup cars, our GT3 Cup cars. We also have our Sprint Trophy groups in here. We talked about this earlier this morning. These are the 992 Cup, 992.1 current generation Cup cars, along with the 991.2 last generation, along with our Club Sports in our Sprint Trophy Cayman.
Yeah, and that's right, Brian. I mean, these cars are faster by a considerable margin, and that's just the type of cars that they're working with. They're the relatively newer cars, as we see here, and the horsepower is much higher than what we would see in the vintage class, almost double that on these machines. So again, this is going to be very exciting. Again, we've seen common theme throughout the Sprint number 3. Very, very competitive races between all the drivers that we have here. We have about 19 on the field. Hopefully we'll see the final count as they come around, but certainly all these names are going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, and as we're finishing out, you know, this group here, getting 2 pace ups, again, on a smaller 1.5, getting some heat in the tires and getting some heat in the brakes. One thing I will make another quick announcement. If you lost a set of AirPods and they have a sticker of a race car on them, and it's not a Porsche, but if you lost your AirPods, we have these up here in the Skip Barber Tower at the very top in our announcing booth here. Come up and claim your AirPods. They, as I said, they do have a picture of a race car on there.
We will quiz you.
We will quiz you, and it is not a Porsche, unfortunately.
That almost seems...
If you're a certain driver's race fan, that you have their sticker.
This is a PCA event, so we're just saying that's who we promote. But we do want people, regardless of what car maker they prefer, to get their AirPods back.
And they were found on the hill overlooking the S's. So. And it looks like our pace car lights are out, so it looks like this group here is going to catch up to the field. And we are going to go racing here with our red group. Again, we've seen Earl Tucker quite a bit faster, kind of pretty much dominated. We'll see whether or not Joel Johnson, that start that he got last time, hold him back. Then you've got John Getz along with Joseph Viola in that 262. So pretty good battle of GTC 8s up here up front. We're waiting for the green flag coming out of turn number 7 now. And we are green flag, we are racing. And again, Andreas, I'll tell you what, man, we are 2 wide, almost 3 wide, a little bit further back right there. Joseph Viola going to go to the outside to try to make that pass. Joel Johnson gets the early run on Earl Tucker as they come out of turn number 2. We'll see if he's able to hold that when they get into the left-hander, and it does look like he is going to make that stick right now as Tucker's under a lot of pressure from Joseph Viola in that 262 machine. And I tell you what, it does look like they're going to hold off each other. John Getz is going to roll up into third right there, and a little bit further back, I believe that was Russell Farhang in the 212 as well. So a good start by several of these drivers.
That's right, Brian. We'll see the timings momentarily, but common themes we saw in sprint number 3, neck and neck here. I mean, it's great to see Earl Tucker the 4th, Viola and John Getz, Colin Mazzola in 3rd on that. John Getz right there. So very early on, very tight driving early on. Less than 2 seconds separates the top 3, at least for GTC 8. Less than a second for GTC 3. And a little bit over a second there, Connor Hare leading the STC class over Peter Habstad in the number 176 machine. And filling out that top 3, 121 Doug Lawson in STC.
Well, I tell you what, when they came off turn 7 last time down the front straight here, it was Earl Tucker who went all the way over to far driver's right. Joel Johnston moved over a little bit as well, and they drag raced all the way down almost into the braking zone, into the entry into the Big Bend down into turn number 1. And Joel Johnson had to get out of it, and Earl Tucker just stayed right in it and just propelled himself all the way around. Now move Earl Tucker in that GTC 8 machine up into first. Joel Johnson, again, he's one of our Sprint Trophy class cars, and you can tell those by the side pods on the wings. They're either the golden mustard or the neon yellow. The golden mustard, I believe, is going to be, the golden one is going to be our STC, and then the STG is going to be the neon yellow on the side pods.
Yeah, and we're seeing the SCG class, 212, Russell Farhang leading that one early over Joel Johnson, who's been the prevailing leader in this group. Top 3 there is 277 Tom Burke.
Yeah, so pretty good battle. We have to see whether or not Russell Farhang is going to be able to roll up and get Joel Johnson. Again, Joel has a tendency to start out and then kind of falls back a little bit. So we'll see. Russell kind of maintains. But, you know, again, 30-minute race here, you know, Andreas. So, again, these are the cars where you're going to see some tire fall off. When you start looking at the time, you're going to want to get it done early, because after that it becomes where we have to maintain. Fuel starts to burn off as we just see Earl Tucker there getting really, really loose. Coming through there, getting ready to head up into the S's, making that right-hander. That car really got out of shape able to get that control. We'll see whether or not that's going to allow Joel Johnson and that to sneak back up in there, but he really had to get out of the gas with that car.
Absolutely there, Brian, and I think with these types of machines, that is definitely a strategy. We didn't see a full 30-minute yesterday on these, but earlier today we had some cautions early on. Again, positive thinking that we don't have any cautions for this. I want to see a full 30-minute for this group.
Yeah, I mean, we had some good runs by a lot of people. John Coster had a good run. Stephen DiPaolo in that 244. Again, that's a battle going down into turn number 1, down into Big Bend right there. That's in the TC8. That's a battle for 5th and 6th within that group there. Another good battle there. Colin Mazzola, John Getz. It's about 0.8 of a second, almost a second gap between those two. So, again, battles going on right now all over the place, especially in that GTC. When we look at our Sprint Trophy groups, Joel Johnson, again, I talked about him, got a little bit of a lead over Russell Faring. That was 2.2 seconds the last time. We'll see whether or not Russell's going to be able to close the gap a little bit. But now Joel Johnson, he's going to go around Joseph Viola in through there.
Competitive early on is the second in the GTC3 group, and that's car number 333, driven by Kevin Eber, and he is less than 3 seconds behind the prevailing leader, Steve Katz. You also see in second place in the GTC8 thus far, Joseph Viola keeping pace with Earl Tucker IV, less than a 3-second gap between them two. And number 3rd is Colin Mazzola, followed by John Getz in the number 57 car.
Yeah, Joseph Viola trying to run down Joel Johnson for the battle on the racetrack for overall. Griffin Fuji, again, we saw Griffin earlier on this morning where it had that little bit of an off up there in the back straight up around the uphill. Was able to collect that, fell back a little bit, but was able to battle his way back. He's battling John Getz again. Griffin Fuji in that STG, running in 3rd right now, trying to hold off Tom Burke in that 277 machine. Again, another STG car. There's the Stephen DiPaolo. There's the John Coster. Those two were at it pretty much all morning long. And here they are again, nose to tail, out on the racetrack for this afternoon. You know, Andreas, what a great sound these Porsches, these Cup cars make. I tell you what, it's just a different sound from any other race car that you hear. Not only do you hear them here, but you hear them in the other series as well.
I heard it this morning driving in, a couple miles out. It's so peaceful here in the Berkshires, and then you hear that humming. It's great, especially this time of year.
You know you're close to the racetrack when. It definitely is a unique sound. When you hear these Cup cars just fire it up first time out and get running here, going through there.
We talked about resilience there. The car number 555 by Noam Iliehu. He is back on the track as well from earlier yesterday. So that was another one yesterday who had some issues and has come back, made adjustments. So good to see him out there.
Yep. Trying to pick up our GTD3 race. We saw Rami Farid opening up that by David Peterman. We feel David Peterman had that off earlier this morning in that 52 machine in that Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport.
And you can see he's keeping competitive under 4 seconds with Rami Farid. You can tell he wants to make a statement here in the last race.
Our STC battle, our Sprint Trophy Club battle, Connor Hare, we saw him pick up the win this morning. Peter Habestad picked it up yesterday. So those guys kind to share, the wins throughout the weekend right now. Right now, Connor Hare's leading over Peter Havestad by about 1 second in that class. Doug Lawson a little bit further back. He just went by the start-finish line this last time. A little bit of some traffic. So again, just not up to speed there with those other two. But we'll try to pick up Connor Hare in that blue GT4 RS Club Sport along with Peter Haverstad with that red, white, and blue paint scheme, that American flag paint scheme. And see, last time by it was opened up just a little bit more as 1.2 seconds. So again, Connor Hare getting the best of Peter Haverstad here today.
Very, very apt for America's 250 1 month away.
Correct. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Peter's been running that paint scheme for quite some time.
He's been ready for a couple of years.
Yeah. He was preparing for 250.
That's right. Brian, one thing to note as well in the GTC3, Kevin Aberrant still hanging in second place there, but Timothy Lynn really trying to close in on him. That has gone within a thousandth of a second there. It's gone to about a tenth of a second now, but it was close, and it still is. But that's something to watch as we go there. So battle for second position in the GTC3 class.
Tell you what, about 2 laps ago, Timothy Lynn was right on the back. I mean, literally almost underneath the rear bumper.
That's right.
Of Kevin in that 333 machine. So yeah, that gap still 1/10 of a second as they head down into Big Bend right now. They've got, I believe that may be Viola coming up in front of them, trying to pass them going down to the inside there. So again, trying to make that pass. That's going to bring those two even closer as they try to get out of the way of Joseph Viola, along with, I believe, that may be Russell Farhang trying to follow Joseph Viola through there as well. So both of those cars getting through there and passing that Lynn and that 333 machine.
Yeah, overall, I mean, that is close to the GTC8 and the STG with Viola and Farhang, those classes. And again, the class is Tucker, the fourth, and Viola. That's what at GTC8 they're battling for the top position in class and overall. But Farhang, Viola, overall battling for second.
We talked about Joel Johnson and the quick start that he got. I have to take a look. I'm not sure what have happened. Joel Johnson now, he's fallen all the way back into 5th overall. Still leading, now has fallen back into 2nd in STG. So again, Joel Johnson right there in that 207 going around. I believe that was the 708 there. Timothy Lynn. So again, Joel may have a quick little off there because he has fallen back again 2nd in STG now behind Russell Farhang. Farhang starting to reel in Joseph Viola a little bit. That time there was about 2/10 slower. But the lap before was a little bit faster as now some of our other groups are going around this Kevin Aberrant and Timothy Lynn. I don't think they can get a break because as they try to get in and start racing with each other, then you've got another one of our leaders coming back through and they have to tuck back in line, get out of the way, and doing a fantastic job of moving around to get out of that line of those cars, not to hold them up. And that just brings them ever closer together as well. Keeping an eye also on that battle there in our STC. Connor Hare, Peter Havestad. Now that is 3/10 of a second, but you got to throw Rami Farid in that battle as well. And again, he's in GTD3, but he is there. Rami Farid in that blue and the orange. Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport along with Connor Hare in the blue, and then again Peter Havestad with the red, white, and blue. So tell you what, Andreas, we're right about that 16:50 mark, 16.5-minute mark. Let me go ahead and make a first call to the grid for our last group. race number 3. First call, Vintage and Purple Group to the grid for your sprint race number 3. And with that, why don't we go ahead and we'll take our first break. We'll thank some partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll pick up the rest of this action because, again, another race here, another session where we're going to have the leaders battling to hold on to those positions. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss this chance to come back, improve your times, and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Brabham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make the Clash at the Glen one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. Join us from July 10th through 12th and bring your friends. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and a 65-minute endurance race, along with an advanced OODE run group. Register online at clubregistration.net.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
The Great Plains region will be hosting your 32nd Carrera GT Club race at Motorsports Park Hastings in Hastings, Nebraska, June 19th through 21st. The events of the club race are not just for racers. This action-packed weekend has a DE for advanced drivers and a wonderful Saturday night social. All GPR club members are invited to attend and experience the high-level racing. Drive in the DE or attend the social. The drive is just a bit over 2 hours from Omaha to MPH, and it goes pretty quick when you're cruising in a Porsche. The sights and sounds of a club race are thrilling. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th Annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th Event Cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
Welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And Andreas, tell you what, with about 12 and a half minutes left to go, this race is really starting to take shape with some of our overall leaders as well as some of our drivers in class. We talked about Joel Johnson falling back a little bit down behind Russell Farhang in that STG class. Well, guess what? Joel Johnson has now retaken the lead in STG in that black, or in that multicolored red 992 Cup car, along with Russell Farhang in that black and teal 992 Cup car. So again, move Joel Johnson back out into the front of STG.
Brian, we did see some changes in positioning there. Timothy Lynn now leading the GTC3 class. Kevin Aberin in second, and Steve Katz now sliding back to third place. So just something to watch. They're changing in positioning later in the latter stages of this race.
Well, unfortunately, Steve Katz, I think, may be calling it a day because he is down on pit road with the driver's door open. So some type of an issue going on with that car right there. So Steve Katz in that 113 machine. Unfortunately, not going to take the fin. They've got the hood up on that car. So
That's disappointing for Steve Katz there. He's had a very strong showing throughout this weekend thus far, and especially in the latter stages with him leading this race. That is a gift for Timothy Lynn, though, and Kevin Abramth, though, in first and second.
yeah, I want to keep an eye on our STC battle.
It's just
that
about to
still continues to go on. They're just now heading down into turn number 1, down into Big Bend again. Still got Connor Hare leading Peter Havestad, but you still got Rami Farid right there in the middle of that battle again. Rami Farid not in that same class, but trying to stick right there with them again. So Peter Havestad looking to follow Rami Farid in that number 53 car to try to catch and run down Connor Hare. Looks like we had a car that may have gone off in turn 1 that definitely came back on. Up, there we go. That's the one that went around again, and I believe is that the Wagner car again that went around?
I sure hope not, Brian.
I hope not either, but I'm not sure. I think Wagner was in the group before.
Brian, you were talking about Connor Hare.
Actually, that was Griffin Fuji, I believe, that is over there. Down in the
and I hope not for that one either, there, Brian.
Still there. I do believe that may be Griffin Fuji sitting over there.
I think you're right there looking at the timings, Brian. That does move Tom Burke into third in the STG class. Russell Farhang in second, and Joel Johnson leading that group.
Okay. Getting word that he did continue back on. We'll see, I believe. We should be able to be picking him up here momentarily. He's just now coming down out of turn number 7, heading down the front stretch. Got a little bit of dirt on those tires, but he is definitely going to be in that Connor Hare, Rami Farid, Peter Havestad battle, because he was able to collect it and get back into it right in front of them. Now he'll pull away a little bit, but I do believe we have Colin Mazzola again going in front of Joel Johnson. They're coming up on this battle as well, right? So there's Colin Mazzola in the white with the red burgundy stripe on the front, and then Joel Johnson behind. And now you've got Peter Havestad, and I do believe, I'm wondering if that is David Peterman that might be going side by side through there. We'll pick them up as they come back over the top of the hill. A lot of jostling going on right there. And again, that is the battle for our STC plus some of our GT8 cars as well.
And Hare and Havshot really duking this one out in the STC class. That was about 0.2 of a second earlier. Connor Hare now getting a little bit of separation by almost 2 seconds with Havshot. And that's to try to take the STC class for this third sprint.
Yeah, Peter Havestad moved out of the way of Joel Johnson and on Colin Mazzola. Got out of the way coming out of turn number 7, and that actually kind of slowed him down a little bit to allow them to go, as they have yet to catch the Connor Hare and the Rami Farid. And there goes Mazzola down up underneath Rami Farid along with Joel Johnston now. So that should separate those two. Again, those two are not in a battle in class. Well, they actually are a battle in class of GTC 8. That's a battle for second in class of GTC 8. But again, there are other cars in that other class in STC trying to get out of that battle.
Absolutely there. We do see Steve Katz back out there too, Brian, if I'm not mistaken. So it's glad to see him back there.
Yeah, he came in, lifted up the hood there, and then was doing some checks. I didn't see him go back by, but I'm sure he is back out there. Show him completing 18 laps. So definitely getting some more track time. One of the drivers we talked a little bit about yesterday. John Coster in that 573 dropped all the way back down into 9th overall in GTC 8, moving him down to 6th right now. So John struggling a little bit here at Lime Rock.
That's right.
In that 992 Cup car. Again, coming out of turn number 7, that is the battle for GTC 8 in second place. That's going to be the battle in third place, I believe. That's Colin Rizzola sitting there battling still with Joel Johnson in that STG. That's a battle that started yesterday morning and is continuing to go through all the way through here till Saturday. Tell you what, I want to thank Yokohama Tire and Hub Stands coming aboard and being presenting sponsors for this red group for their last sprint race of the weekend. We thank them for coming on.
Absolutely,
And you have mentioned we cannot do this without our national and our regional sponsors to come through and to put this show on and to allow these racers to come out here and race.
Thanks, Brian. Absolutely imperative to mention there are so many regional and national sponsors to thank. We could spend the whole broadcast doing that, so thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, we could run through an entire run group session thanking that, which is fantastic.
That's
to
right.
see. I mean, that's what makes this happen. Again, I can't say this enough. PCA, it is just one big family of racing. A little bit of contact right there. That it looks like that is a Peter Habestad racing car that is moving, and that is John Getz in the 57. We'll see here. Take a look at the quick replay going down into turn number 1. Let's see here. Yeah, looks like John Getz was trying to get down to the inside there. Peter Habestad trying to move up to run down Russell Farhang with a little bit of contact down in there. John Getz, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get going here. I do believe he was, and he is back now moving along, so we'll move away from that waving yellow down there in that corner, but he definitely is moving a little slow coming up out of turn 2, so I'm not sure if he's got any left front damage there on that car, but he's moving very, very slowly.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. That slides John Getz back into 5th in then class. That allows Stephen DiPaolo to make up some ground into 4th, with Mazzola in 3rd in class.
As our overall leader here with about 3 minutes left, 3.5 minutes left to go here. Earl Tucker, he is pretty much walked away from Joseph Viola, opening up about an 8.5-second lead.
Yeah, that's right, and that's been the case for most of the weekend here. Earl Tucker just putting out a great performance. Viola as well, nothing to sniff at, but a fantastic showing for both of these gentlemen.
As John Getz now comes down the pit lane here, come through, so it looks like his day may be done. Not seeing any major damage, but definitely may have something wrong with the left front side. Can't see the left front side, but I do believe he's going to go down and make right-hand turn down into the paddock. So John Getz, his weekend is now officially done. So we got about 2 minutes and 50 seconds here. We'll go ahead and make another call to the grid for our next group. Second call, Vintage and Purple Group. Vintage and Purple Group is your second call to the grid for sprint race number 3.
Brian, with 5 minutes to go, Hare has really opened up a lead on Peter Habestad. That may be well settled at this point, barring anything else unforeseen happening. So Connor Hare will likely take that one with 2 minutes to go. The 12-second gap again. A lot can happen in that time, but luckily the outcome here.
Yeah, with Peter having that incident there with John Getz down in Big Bend there between turn 1 and turn 2, kind of fighting for the same real estate. Yeah, he's pretty much gonna get through with Connor Hare picking up that STC win here with just under 2 minutes left to go. So again, never say never, because Peter Habestad is out there still running. He was able to get refired up and get going. So we'll wait and see for that, but I'm almost positive that Connor Hare, we just saw him come by the start-finish line, and he had David Peterman behind him in that 52 machine. It
That's
kind of
right.
waved him by like, I know now I have a pretty big gap. So now it's just want to take care of the equipment, take care of the tires and what you have.
Absolutely.
Get through.
And that incident earlier does allow John Coster to slide into 5th in class. He's in the 573 car, the 2024 black and gold 992 Cup car.
Again, our overall leader now is coming up, coming down into Big Ben. I would assume the next time he goes by, Mr. Tucker there is going to get that one to go as he was putting another lap on Peter Havestad in that 176 machine. So
He's been able to take that a little easier now. His best time, he hasn't seen that since the 6th lap. He's built up such a substantial lead there. 53.060, leading by about 9.5 seconds over Joseph Viola. So with 30 seconds to go, Earl Tucker, the 4th, likely going to be the victor in this one.
yeah, pretty good battle, not in class, but on the racetrack. Colin Mazzola, Russell Farhang, we've been saying that pretty much the entire session as they went down into turn number 1 this last time. They were within 0.3 of a second with Mazzola and Farhang. As our overall leader now goes down into turn number 1, that is Earl Tucker in that 24 and that 2022 GT3 Cup car, working his last lap as he does put a lap on Peter Havestad as well. Everybody else will be working on their last lap, so if they're going to make a pass, this is the time that they need to do it. In class, it looks like everybody's pretty much settled out where they need to be in positions in class. We do have some battles going on the racetrack, not really in class, but in overall in the position on the racetrack. So again, waiting for Earl Tucker to come back around. When he comes down, he will be getting, we got one car that is spun there right off of, I believe that is right up from the back straight, just on the entrance into the uphill there.
That has been a bone in a lot of the driver's sides throughout the day.
And there it is. That is Earl Tucker picking up the win in GTC 8. Joseph Viola coming around. He is going to finish second in GTC 8. And I do believe Colin Mazzola just went by the start-finish line as well. Well, still waiting. Here comes Colin Mazzola. Colin Mazzola going to pick up third in GTC 8, picking up that last podium spot. And in STG, give the win to Russell Farhang in that 212, in that black and teal 992 Cup car. Joel Johnson's going to finish second in STG. Stephen Apollo going to end up finishing fourth in GTC 8. So a good one for Stephen.
That's right.
Starting a little bit further back in that class, finding his way all the way back up into fourth in that class. So we'll go ahead and we'll give you the rundown here. I think we've got one more car that's going to do one more lap. I think that's Connor Hare taking the last checkered flag, I believe. So let's give you the rundown. In GTD3, Rami Farid holds off David Peterman once again. So Rami Farid sweeps the weekend. In STC, their Sprint Trophy Cayman class, Connor Hare picks up the win again, sweeping the day in that 182. Peter Havestad's going to finish third, but Doug Lawson in fourth. In our GTC3, Timothy Lynn's going to pick up the win there with Kevin Abernat in that 333. Going to pick up second with Michael Vietz coming in third, Stephen Katz in fourth. In GTC8, as we mentioned, Earl Tucker, your overall winner and your winner in that class. Joseph Viola is going to pick up second place in that 262. Colin Mazzola is going to be in third in the 251. In STG, Russell Farhang picks up the win over Joel Johnston. In second place with Tom Burke, rounding out the top three in that podium with Britton Fuji coming in fourth. So that's going to wrap up our red group for the weekend. Our next group will be coming on track here momentarily. But I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and take another break. Thanks to partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll pick up that last group. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rack. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you, and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
And welcome back to the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Regional Porsche Club of America Racing at the Rock. Andreas, we've got one more. And this is a group that we talked about. We had Fred up here early, unfortunately not able to make it back up here with us today, but we did get some information, and we'll give that to you, especially with our 911 Cup cars, because kind of a unique situation happened right there at the end of that race. And like I said, we'll talk about that as we get going, because our racers now are coming down the hill, coming down into turn number 7, pick up the green flag, so we're going to get ready to roll. But we'll talk about that, because that was an interesting thing with Jim Scott, and I believe that is Charles Mayer on the front row waiting for the green flag, and the green flag is out, and we are racing here at the Rock again. And I tell you what, they're going to go side by side down into Big Bend, down into turn number 1 to turn number 2. And I believe that may be Jim Scott that is going to pull out just a little bit in front of Charles Mayer in that 171 machine.
That's right, Brian. I mean, the end of the last race, we were chatting about that earlier. Definitely caused some a little bit of disruption on the field and positioning, and that allowed some changes there at the end and results. We'll talk about that in a few moments here, but very interesting race. It wasn't, again, we talked about, we had a few cautions to manage there that created some interesting conditions, caused a break. And so certainly with this one, if we don't see any of those, maybe I'll put it lightly, theatrics, then it should make some very interesting and competitive racing, as Fred was illuminating on us earlier.
Yeah, well, we had the car, the number 91, who expired a motor through there, and that's actually Charles Mayer picking up the early lead. And
he is screaming down here. That's almost 4-second gap on that first lap there.
Yeah, Jim Scott tiptoeing a little bit through there after starting on the front row, but we had the one car that expired a motor pretty much down no name straight all the way through the uphill, over back down the back straight and really into West Bend through there. And as the race came to a conclusion, we noticed when we were given the rundown that we saw that Justin Crom had finished in the second place. And we weren't really sure, because at that point it really wasn't there. Well, we did get the lowdown a little bit of what happened. So Jason Nikic and Del O'Ray kind of stopped a little bit, got a little bit hard on the brakes, kind of going up the hill. And Justin, being that this is his first race weekend in this 911 Cup, he did not slow down.
It's incredible.
Going all the way through there, picked up his first podium, finishing in second place in that race. So
anything can happen here, Brian. I mean, big hats off to Justin Crom on that victory for his first race, his first 911 Cup podium. That must feel great here at Lime Rock Park. That's what this is all about here, Brian.
In a pretty good stacked field, right? I mean,
absolutely.
In this 911 Cup cars, he passed some pretty good, as Fred was talking about, some pretty good racers in there with Del O'Ray and with Jason Nikic, two drivers who are always at the top of the field of that class.
That's right, Brian.
Out there.
And there's some very experienced drivers. People have been here, again, in fact, this track has been here almost 70 years. This lives and breathes CVR, and it goes 34 years running. So there are some very experienced resident local drivers here. So for Justin to do that, that's a huge congratulations to him. And as we're moving into the third lap here, Charles Mayer with a sizable lead, number 171. His best lap time, 59.882. And then he's opened that gap with Chris Masanti moving in second. That's about a 7-second gap. Right behind him, Jason Nichich, third overall in the 911 Cup Series. He's leading in class there. So again, some changing in position here, but Charles Mayer first overall with a sizable gap over Chris Masanti. Different classes though.
Yeah, pretty much, again, as these guys start to in the heat of the break, these guys are really starting to pick it up and move along there. So,
yeah, Brian, I do want to mention as well the VO class, very competitive right now. Chris Masanti, I mentioned earlier, he is leading, but very close behind him. Number 310, David Hutchings, in the 73-911 purple-green machine right there. So very close, and Chris Masanti getting a little bit of gap there now, over 2 seconds as they're crossing the finish line here. So it's certainly interesting to watch how this fluctuates throughout the race. 911 Cup Series, we talked about this a lot earlier with Fred. Number 27, Jason Nikic with Del Rey in second there in the 521 car.
well, I tell you what, Jim Scott came down out of turn number 7, down the front stretch, and made it 3 wide, just as you were talking about that, with David Hutchins and Jason Nikic going down into, like I said, down into turn 1. Was able to get around David Hutchings, but he was not able to get around Jason Nikic. Nikic held his line through the Big Bend, all the way around into the left-hander and up through the S's, and that moved Jim Scott back 1 spot. He was able to only get 1 car, still right on the back bumper now of Jason Nikic. Again, another 911 Cup car, but not a 911 class that he is in. And he now gets around Jason Nikic. So look for Jim Scott to start making some moves to catch that number 16 of Chris Musante.
Yeah, and again, with Chris Musante and Charles Mayer creating gaps over their second place counterparts in class. Donald Jacobs, number 2 in class, trying to chase down Charles Mayer, who is screaming down the track here. Over a 10-second gap there. David Hutchins, fourth on, 4 seconds plus behind Chris Masanti in first for the VO class. That was a little bit lesser earlier. That was actually less than a tenth of a second earlier. So Chris Masanti trying to make a statement here late in the afternoon here at Lime Rock Park. We'll also highlight some other standings currently so far as we're in the early stages, 6 minutes in to Sprint 3 for this group. Wayne Moses, Eugene Basha, Del Rey, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd in the 911 Cup Series, all within a half second of one another. That is very interesting to watch there. Number 5th, our victor last time, 185, Justin Crom. He is right behind them in 5th place in class.
Yeah, I tell you, this is, these battles, just as you talked about, and we found out from Fred earlier, Dwayne Moses is in a backup car, right? Had some problems with his primary car, so brought the backup here this weekend. So probably not up to where he wants to be. Right now, sitting in 4th, a little bit further back than Eugene Basha in the 23, in the pink pig that we like to call it. I spent some time with Eugene at Summit Point last year. We were talking about the paint scheme, and what it started to be was they were going to outline all of the racetracks that they go to and that he races at on the car, and it ended up looking like, a pink, the outlaying of the paint. So, but yeah, no, the outline there is all of the racetracks that they.
That's great. It's such a great to see.
If you haven't had a chance and you're here at the racetrack by the time he gets done and gets off, go take a look at that car. That car is nice and painted. It's a fantastic looking car. and it looks like, Jason's kind of opening up that gap even more. Now it's about 0.5 of a second here over Del Rey, and then another second back to Eugene Basha. But now Nikic has opened up even more over Del Rey as he is under heavy fire from Eugene Basha and then Dwayne Moses. So you've got second, third, and fourth within that 911 Cup right there, nose to tail. And then you can't count out Justin Crum, who's the second.
You cannot.
As well. So Justin Crum getting a little bit sideways going through there through Big Bend. But again, this is a great class, as Fred was talking about, and what you were talking about. Unfortunately not having Alex Farragut out here. That's another young driver in this class up and coming as well. This was her second time here at Lime Rock in that car. So unfortunately that car.
We chatted with her last year.
Yeah.
Well, Justin Crum, great to see. And again, riding high on the last race there, taking the victory there. This is what we're talking about, and no shortage of experienced drivers that he's up in competition against. So another great showing this far early on.
Yeah, as these cars get settled out, and again, Jason Nikic kind of under the battle there with David Hutchings and Donald Jacobs. Again, not for class. Jason's, again, that's a battle where you're trying to stay in the lead on the racetrack, but knowing that's not a battle for class. What ends up happening is sometimes you take it easy and you let one car go by, then you let two cars go by. Well, next thing you know, you've got only two cars in between him and Del Rey, and Del Rey starts to open up a little bit of room and a little bit of a gap coming out from Eugene Basha. You gotta be able to defend, and when you start defending, that's when your other competitors start to catch up to you in class.
And this is the same thing from what we saw in the other race too. Positions 2, 3, and 4 with Alray, Basha, and Moses, all within a second of one another, 3/4 of a second of one another. And with 20 minutes to go, anything can happen. We really want to see how this plays out.
As we come down into turn number 1 now, you can see right there, it does look like that Doug Hutchings is going to get around Jason Nikic as they come out of turn number 1. So the car right behind them in that 51, that's a VGTO machine. That black 914, that's the 51 of Donald Jacobs. And then you have Del Rey, who seems to be getting faster and faster. Eugene Basha just at his fastest lap time with a 101 flat. He was about 100 slower than Del Rey that time there. So.
Another thing here, Brian, Chris Masanti now opening up even more gap between him and David Hutchings. That was a 13-second gap last time we saw around. We'll see when he crosses the line and see what that official timing there. But definitely a little bit of separation. Chris Masanti must be feeling good early on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you've got David Hutchings, who was in that battle with Jason Nikic again, trying to get around him to get that clean air to try to catch Chris in that number 16 machine. So that took a couple of laps to get done, to get through. So again, now that he's got out there in that clean air, maybe it could
that's right.
That could help him there a little bit.
911 Cup Series, Jason Nikic still leading in this class, half second behind Del Rey, and then a full second now with him and Eugene Basha between second and third. So again, we might see some jockeying for position here. Jason Nikic, very strong showing. It's going to take a lot to beat him in the last few minutes here.
Eugene Basha starting to fall off a little bit here and there coming through, so we'll have to see whether or not Eugene may be falling off a little bit from tires. That car may be going away. Is now Dwayne Moses starts to run up a little bit by him, trying to catch Eugene Basha in that 23. But again, anything can still happen, right? I mean, we've seen this before. We've got about 17 minutes left to go.
Any positive things can happen. We'll say that, Brian.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to this group, we always see where they're either one of two things. One, they're racing side by side the entire 30 minutes, or two, they get spread out, and when we get to the last 10 minutes, all of them come back together,
Yeah.
and they're all there battling it out, not only for the win, but they're battling it within class for second and the last spot.
I think the stories right now are what we're watching, and as the race is evolving, the first place for each class seems to be certain right now, at least for the foreseeable future, where you see the tighter races in second and third for all of these. It's Del Rey, Eugene Basha, 911 Cup Series, Hutchings and Jacobs in the VO class, and VGTO. Jacobs is more in second there, the 26-second lead that Merritt has over him.
Tell you what, why don't we go ahead and do this? Why don't we go ahead, we'll take our break, thank our last partners and sponsor here, get our break in, and by the time we come back, I think we'll have our 911 Cup battle getting even closer, along with, I believe, our VO class could be getting even a little bit closer as well. So let's go ahead, we'll take our last break. You're watching the 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you cook. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
And welcome back to 34th Annual Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club of America's Racing at the Rock. And I tell you what, Andreas, we got one heck of a battle. It's like clockwork, like I know what I'm doing up here.
I think you've done this before.
Our 911 Cup battle has got super interesting right now, as while we were at break, Del Rey took the lead over Jason Nikich the last lap by, and now they are in some heavy traffic with some of the other drivers getting in there. You've got to throw in now Jim Scott, who's fallen back a little bit, back into this battle, and we did have the Donald Jacobs machine move around that battle. So again, that battle, Del Rey, Jason Nikic, that's going to come down to the very end again.
Absolutely. That is a third of a second now separates the two of them. Del Rey leading that over Jason Nikic. So getting tighter there. Jason Nikic putting his best lap down on the previous one before he crossed in the 18th lap. So he's trying, and this is really going to go down to the wire. 11 minutes left to go in this race.
I'll make another quick little announcement here. So just to let you guys know, the green and the yellow results have now been made official. So you can pick up your trophies on the second floor here of the Skip Barber Tower. So you can come up and pick up your trophies. Again, green and yellow groups have now been made official. You can pick up those trophies. Yeah, again, with 10 minutes and 45 seconds left to go here, you're right, Andreas. Again, that battle, again, here they come out of West Bend, headed down into turn number 7. Eugene Bosch is still not going away either, and if we start getting Del Rey and Jason Nikic battling, that's going to bring that into that 3-car fold there with Eugene Bosch. Del Rey seems to get just a much better run out of turn number 7, out of West Bend all the way through the downhill than Jason does, and he's able to pull away to hold off just a little bit.
And as we see on this on the other races here, Brian, right around this 18-19 lap range, with 10 minutes to go in the races, we've seen, as we saw in the other races, people starting to really push it. You know, they know where they're going to end up with about 10 minutes left. They know where their fuel levels are. They know the condition of their tires. They're really going to try to push this one out every second, every ounce of power that they can get from these machines to get the best possible timing. And you're going to see these tight races now. Top 3 right now already, Nikic and Basha, all within a second of one another in the 911 Cup Series for class. So that is the battle to watch right now in this racing group.
Got Jim Scott catching up and running down David Hutchings in that 310 machine. Again, that's not for a battle in class. You've got the VO and then Jim Scott obviously in the VO plus, but yeah, the Del Rey, Jason Nikic, Eugene Bosch a little bit further back. I tell you what, the driver with Eugene Bosch, he's got the seat that he's probably looking at. I'm sure he wishes he was a little bit closer, but like I said, you get Del Rey and Nikic battling it out. Bosch is going to be right there at the end. He'll be right there to take that number 23 and move right around him.
Yeah, it's not going to be, as we predicted, it wouldn't be an easy victory for this one. Del Rey, these are very experienced Lime Rock drivers that have been here a long time.
And coming out of West Bend there, getting ready to head down the hill again. I know we continue to keep watching it, but this is the best battle on the racetrack for class. Again, and this is going to be for the win in that 911 Cup. Again, Eugene Bosch a little bit further back than that. You have, I believe it is Lee Lasberg in that 201, Dwayne Moses. We talked about Justin Crum just now going by the start-finish line. He's getting ready to get lapped by our overall leader coming through there, Charles Mayer. I know we haven't talked about Charles, but he's got such a pretty big lead right now that all he's trying to do now is just take care of the equipment, get through the lap, and get through this last 7.5 minutes.
That's right, Brian. He started out right out of the gate early on, holding a big lead, and it'll be a smart move on his part to do just that. Number 7 here, Mark Wenning, only won an E-Class, and his best time around the track for this race, 102.163. Good to see from Mark.
One of the things I've picked up here over the last couple of minutes watching as they come out of turn number 7 and they come down the straight here and they get into Big Bend, Jason Nikic tries to pull away either driver's right or his driver's left, doesn't want to stay in the draft of De La Rey because that helps De La Rey go a little bit further because he's a little bit faster, I believe, coming off of turn number 7. It's when they get into turn 3 through the left-hander and then through the right-hander turn 4. That's where Nikic is able to close the gap on De La Rey a little bit more. But when we get down to the end, a little bit of smoke coming out of Eugene Boxes, and I think that's just body rub. I noticed that Friday morning on that car when he was going through Big Ben as well, and I do believe it is just a little bit of tire rub. But Jason Nikic trying to move out away to get away from them as well. As we got one car coming down, made an abrupt move to get down onto pit lane. Is I believe that's the Jim Scott machine, the number 85. I'm wondering if something happened on that car relatively quickly because he made a dart to the right-hand side to get onto pit lane pretty quick. I'm wondering if that car may have just actually shut off.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye. He's right in front of the tower here, having some conversations. We'll see. We'll see if he's done for today. There's less than about 5 minutes left in the race. Got Swimming Pool, a longtime sponsor of CVR, a regional sponsor as well.
Pretty good battle going back a little bit further back on the track here. And this is a battle in class. In our VO class, we have the yellow 153, that 911, and David Lee in the white 500 911, probably going through the left-hander turn 3 and the right-hander turn 4 right now. That's a battle for second, or that's a battle for third, the last podium spot in the VO class. So again, good battle there with Jared Jacobs in that yellow machine and David Lee in that white. Both in those two 911s, but again, both in that VO class. They're just now coming out of turn number 7 and headed down the front stretch now. Again, Jacobs got a little bit of a lead. It's about right about a second. Last time by, there they are right there. There's Jacobs going down into turn number 1 with David Lee shortly behind him. But last time it was about 0.4 of a second, and David Lee was gaining on Jared Jacobs. This time here, it's about 0.2 of a second difference that Jacobs was able to open that up. And I'm wondering if David Lee has had a problem because I have not seen David Lee come back through out of there. There, when I picked up, there's Jacobs in that 153, and I do not see David Lee. That's Paul Amico there. I don't know if David Lee made it out of turn number 1, turn number 2, but he was right there less than a second the last time by.
Yeah, Brian, I'm just still keeping an eye on this fantastic race with De La Rey and Jason Nikic. They are still putting down fastest laps and creating some separation with third place in Eugene Bossa. It's about a 7-second difference between Allray in first and Basha in third, but Nikic less than a half second behind Allray with 3 minutes to go. This one is really going to come down to the wire. Now that is 0.2 of a second between the two of them.
And I think I may have put the curse on, and as a matter of fact, I did. I just saw David Lee pull into the back of the paddock here, take the cut through out of turn number 1 and turn number 2. So the minute I talked about it, David Lee pulls back into the paddock through the back door back there. He has now dropped down to 5th in our VO class, but his day now looks like it is officially done. So where he was reeling in Jared Jacobs, and they always say it, Ray, your car is always the fastest right before something happens.
Absolutely.
At least that's what everybody tells me. My car is always the fastest right before something happens. So we'll go back and let's take a look at this. Let's see if we can't go back and pick up our battle in that 911 Cup. That looks like that is the best battle on the racetrack with De La Rey in that light blue 521, and Jason Nikic in the darker blue 911, number 27. Try to pick them up on the camera coming through there. I believe they went through turns 1 and 2 already. There they are right there coming up out of there. Thank you, Gary, for picking that up. Picking those two cars up as they come up through the no-name straight up to the back straight through the uphill right now. And I tell you what, that is within a tenth of a second. It may look like it's within 0.5 of a second, but it is not. There they are. They are nose to tail coming down the hill into turn number 7. And again, Jason Nikic staying far, drivers left. Del Rey moving to the center of the racetrack. Now Nikic is going to try to take the angle there and cut in. They're going to come up on some lap traffic here in a minute. They've got the 51 machine there in front of them. That's Donald Jacobs, and along with David Hutchings just in front of them. So they're all going to come up on some lap traffic. They're going to come up on the other Jacobs machine, as well as the number 7, I believe, of Mark Wiening in that E-Class.
Yeah, with 3 Jacobs out there, everywhere you look, you're going to see a Jacobs there, Brian.
Who is David Hutchings goes really, really wide into the entry to the uphill there. Was able to get that collected, but he was back into the stage ride that was still there from earlier on, and able to get that collected and stay in line. But that's allowed Del Rey and Jason Nikic to close the gap on him as well as the 51 of Donald Jacobs. So they're coming up on the Paul Amico machine and that Mark Wearing machine, as I just talked about, as well as the 153 of Jared Jacobs. And you're right, it seems like we've got 33% of the field is a Jacob, right? In here. So if you're passing one Jacob, you're probably passing another, or you're racing against them.
That gap now with Alray and Nikic, what we've been looking at is third of 0.3 of a second, less than 0.3 of a second between those two.
It's a lot closer than that. Like I said, they're coming up on Paul Amico. They're coming up on the Jared Jacobs and the Mark Wiening machine. They're going to have to get through that. That traffic right there is going to be coming into play. We should be getting the 1 to go, if not the checkered flag this time by. So they are working their last lap. So this will be it. This will be their last lap. They get by. And as we say that, we have a new leader in 911 Cup, and that is Jason Nikic, as Del Rey has fallen back a little bit further as he got stuck in between the traffic of Paul Amico and our overall leader just now taking the checkered flag. So Charles Mayer was right there behind him. So that group has one more lap to go. Our leader has now taken the checkered flag, Charles Mayer, in that VGTO, but we've got to see whether or not Del Rey is going to be able to get by Jared Jacobs in that 153 if he wants to catch Jason Nikic. But Jason Nikic did a masterful job of getting through the traffic.
That was
the last
master class there,
especially coming up through there. And I don't believe Del Rey is going to be able to catch him as he's falling way back now.
That was a great move by Nikic, and using the traffic there, we kind of saw this coming with a lot of open space and bunching up late in the race, but we'll see if this holds here.
And here he comes out of turn number 7, down the start finish line. Jared Jacobs going to pick up the win in 911 Cup. Del Rey is going to finish second. Eugene Basha has already taken the checkered flag. So let's go ahead and we'll give a quick rundown by class. In the E-Class, Mark Wayne is going to pick up the win there. VGTO, we talked about him, Charles Mayer. He's going to pick up the overall win as well as the win in that class. Donald Jacobs in the 51 is going to finish second. Chris Musasante in the VO is going to pick up the win. David Hutchings in third. Jared Jacob is going to be third with Paul Amico in fourth. In 911 Cup, Jason Nikic in that 27 machine is going to pick up the win over Del Rey with Eugene Basha third. Lee Lathberg going to round out the top 4. In our VO Plus, Jim Scott in the number 85 going to pick up the win there. In our VGTU, Richard Shirota is going to pick up the win there in that 05. 0. Well, that's a way to end the
Wow.
weekend of racing with a basically 2 corners pass to pick up the win in 9/11 Cup.
Incredible, over a 30-minute race as well. Just masterclass driving there by Jason Nikic. Fantastic win there.
Well, Andreas, we did it. We got through it. We had no rain. We got through the weekend. We saw some fantastic racing here at Lime Rock Park.
Yes, we did, Brian. And Mark Twain's adage that the weather will change, it didn't manifest itself this weekend. We love that. It was great being here in June this year, a little bit later in the early weeks of the summer. But from a CVR perspective, massive success. We really appreciate the support from the other regions. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast yesterday, over 20 different regions represented. Obviously, a lot of them from our home CVR turf, but many local regions, and then some traveling across the country as well. We can't thank you enough for your support of this race. With 110 racers, we want to see you out there. For those following along, we want to see you out here in these next few years. It'll be our 35th year running here. Porsche Club at the Rock here, racing at the Rock for CVR and PCA. So what a great partnership. Again, thank you as well to Lime Rock for letting us have this event here. Fantastic job.
Yeah, I definitely want to thank all the staff here at Lime Rock. Help us put on a great event. And with that, Andreas, that's going to wrap up the 34th year of the Connecticut Valley Region Porsche Club America's Racing at the Rock. For Andreas, I'm Brian Donati. We'll see you soon. Again, at Watkins Glen in July will be our next streaming event. We look forward to having everybody there, and let's hope we get the same weather we have there. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and joining us today. And with that, we will see you in July.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth-tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an añejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from. Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through Club Racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energies stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of Club Racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, Premier Racing Outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Being able to understand vehicle dynamics, the car balance that you learn in these exercises on the racetrack helps you be such a better driver on the street. And it teaches you invaluable skills of how to control the car if you go into a slide, or if you have to brake suddenly, or a deer jumps out in front of you.
Everybody's goals can be different, and that's all right. It's not our goals, it's what the driver's goals are that are important throughout this event. So if we have somebody who's really anxious, if the goal can be to help them get over the anxiety of being on track, and then for them to have a good time, that's great. I mean, we have 3 rules for our events, right? Be safe, have fun, and learn something in that order. And so safety first, of course, but getting them to have some fun with this helps to reduce the anxiety for a lot of people.
Find out what events are available around the country and how to sign up for them.
And I think a really important thing is PCA's High Performance Driver Education Program is run completely by volunteers. No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you, and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer-proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche, from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, or taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros, in a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events. HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the Midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the Midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
After a 14-year hiatus, PCA Club Racing returns to the Pacific Northwest. Oregon Region is co-hosting the Rose Cup with Friends of PIR to bring Porsche racing back to Portland International Raceway. The 65th anniversary Rose Cup races will be held on July 11th and 12th, part of the West Coast Series. This 2-mile track is known for its challenging mix of fast sweepers and tight technical sections, particularly the infield. PIR has hosted premier events like IndyCar, kart, and Formula E. The event offers PCA Club racers an excellent opportunity to add a new track to the racing schedule. Register online at clubregistration.net.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss this chance to come back, improve your times, and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Brabham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make the Clash at the Glen one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. Join us from July 10th through 12th and bring your friends. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and a 65-minute endurance race, along with an advanced LODE run group. Register online at clubregistration.net.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
The Great Plains region will be hosting your 32nd Carrera GT Club Race at Motorsports Park Hastings in Hastings, Nebraska, June 19th through 21st. The events of the club race are not just for racers. This action-packed weekend has a DE for advanced drivers and a wonderful Saturday night social. All GPR club members are invited to attend and experience the high-level racing, drive in the DE, or attend the social. The drive is just a bit over 2 hours from Omaha to MPH, and it goes pretty quick when you're cruising in a Porsche. The sights and sounds of a club race are thrilling. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.